Chapter 2896. That's not it. The success I mentioned before meant that there were other problems. Your friend will definitely be fine. By the way, is your friend a woman? Tu Xiaowang suddenly realized that he had overlooked the most important question, which was the gender of Lin Yi's friend. Was it a man or a woman? She's a woman. Lin Yi nodded. That is to say, after my friend goes there, she will definitely be able to receive the inheritance. That's right. Tu Xiaowang nodded. This is more effective than the earth essence liquid and the things on the heaven stage earth spirit beasts, and there is no danger. Then, is there any requirement for becoming an inheritor? For example, do you need to do one thing? Lin Yi nodded and continued to ask. Boss Lin Yi. You also know about that plan. Tu Xiaowang was a little surprised and lowered his voice. In his opinion, it was impossible for Lin Yi to have access to the core secrets of that level. Even if Lin Yi was the boss of several direct descendants of the ancient sects, those sects were not one of the main participants of that plan. The Holy Fist Palace was not one of them, and neither was the ancient Feng family. They only knew about the future Heaven Stage Island plan, but they definitely did not know what these inheritors were used for, nor did they know what these inheritors would do. Yes, my concubine is called Feng Xiaoxiao, the Deputy Palace Master of Ice Palace, and also one of the inheritors. Lin Yi nodded. So it is not surprising that she knows about this. What? Boss Lin Yi's concubine. Tu Xiaowang was stunned. He did not believe that Lin Yi's wife was the Deputy Palace Master of Ice Palace, let alone a concubine. After all, Ice Palace was one of the most powerful sects among the ancient sections. The Heavenly Elixir sect once wanted to harm it, but they did not dare to do so. The Deputy Palace Master of such a sect that even the Everyday sect did not dare to cause trouble was actually Lin Yi's concubine. But thinking about it, it was normal. The Everyday sect also did not dare to do anything to Lin Yi. Didn't the young master of the Heavenly Elixir sect, the Heavenly Silkworm transformation, also say that he had no confidence in dealing with Lin Yi? Furthermore, Tu Overlord felt that there was no need for Lin Yi to lie to him. After a moment of shock, he said in admiration, "Boss is indeed the boss. You are not on the same level as us young sect masters. You are already on the same level as the sect masters and palace masters of the various ancient sections." Lin Yi ignored Tu Ba Wang's flattery and asked, "First, tell me. Are the earth element legatees going to do dangerous things in the future?" This. Boss, don't you know? It's the same as what an ice-type inheritor has to do. Tu Ba looked at Lin Yi strangely. How could he not know? Do you think she would tell me if there was any danger and make me worry? Lin Yi asked. That's true. Tu Ba didn't know about the things Lin Yi had done before. He thought that Xiao Xiao became the Vice Palace Master and became an inheritor, and then met Lin Yi and became Lin Yi's wife. That made sense. Xiao Xiao didn't want Lin Yi to worry, so naturally, she wouldn't tell him the details. She didn't want Lin Yi to worry, but Tu Ba was still a little confused. Why didn't she hide the fact that she's an inheritor? Wouldn't that make you less curious, boss? Inheritors can't lose their chastity. Do you think you should tell me? Lin Yi was trying to confuse right and wrong. Naturally, Tu Ba wouldn't be able to see through it. I forgot about that. I see. Tu Ba understood. Xiao Xiao was Lin Yi's wife, but she didn't want Lin Yi to push her down. She had to explain the reason. And so, Tu Ba nodded, but still tried to probe. It's like this. Boss Lin Yi should know about that place, right? 5-element school. Lin Yi asked. That's right, 5-element school. Earth Tyrant no longer had any doubts, and directly said, "This plan has been prepared for 1,000 years. The goal is to let a peak late-stage heaven stage great perfection cultivator set foot on the heavenly Tao. The plan is actually very simple: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, mist, and ice inheritors, along with a 5-element practitioner as a medium to open up Sky-class island. In truth, that's all I know. There will definitely be dangers during the process of opening, but compared to the rewards, these dangers are nothing. These inheritors and mediums all have the chance to go to Heaven Rank Island and become elites in the Tao of Heaven. Which of us cultivators doesn't want to step into that realm?" "I see, but what about the specific process?" Lin Yi continued to ask. This wasn't too different from what Lin Yi knew. The mediums were obviously Tag and Long and Tian Chan. But these two mediums couldn't be used anymore. What was 5-element school going to do? "I don't know the specifics. That place isn't public, and we can't just ask. Although, as one of the leading sects, they only get a spot to step into Sky-class island. In fact, 5-element school is the most important part." Tu Ba said. "What you said is about the same as what I know. It's all unimportant stuff. I don't know what the specific dangers are." Lin Yi shrugged. "Only a few people in 5-element school know about this. We can't do anything about it." Tu Ba said helplessly. "If I could find out, I would have done it already." "Well, in that case, I'll think about it and give you an answer. I'm not in a hurry to know how to use this earth essence. You go back to your room and wait for a while." Lin Yi said to Tu Ba. "Okay, Boss Lin Yi, I'll go back first. I'll also go back and ask my uncle to see if he knows more." Tu Ba said respectfully. "You haven't eaten breakfast yet." Tuo Xiaowang had been talking to Lin Yi after he came in. He even forgot to eat breakfast, so Lin Yi reminded him. Tuo Xiaowang, Tuo Xiaowang. It's fine if I don't eat, but if boss wants me to eat, I'll eat a little." Tu Ba said and waved to Tu Zhenxing, who was standing at the entrance of the dining hall. "Hurry up and buy breakfast. Boss has rewarded me with breakfast with him." Lin Yi was a bit speechless. This Tuo Wang was quite a talent after all, but now it seemed that other than the fact that he liked to show off a little, he didn't have any other flaws. Showing off wasn't a flaw either, since it was normal to show off when one had the strength. Chapter 2897. But she couldn't ask in the dining room with Tuo there. Now that they were in the room, she quickly asked, "Lin Yi bro, what did Tuo say about the inheritor?" Lil 9. "She's that inheritor." "Inheritor, I don't know much about it. Do you want to ask Xiao Xiao about it?" Lin Yi saw the light in Chi-Chi's eyes and understood what she was thinking. No, I'm just a little curious. Big bro Lin Yi's mistress, is it that girl Lin Yi bro was carrying that time in Ice Palace? How did she become the vice leader of Ice Palace?" Chi-Chi was a little embarrassed that Lin Yi had hit the nail on the head. I'll tell you then." Lin Yi nodded and told Chi-Chi about how he met Xiao Xiao, as well as the problem with her body, and how she went to the Ice Palace. "You know what happened after that?" "I went to the Ice Palace to ask for the medicine, but when I met the sect leader, Crystal Candy, something unexpected happened." Lin Yi told Chi-Chi about what happened in the Ice Palace, and she couldn't help but be amazed. She didn't think that Xiao Xiao would have this sort of coincidence, becoming the vice leader and inheritor of Ice Palace. But this was a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. The good thing was that Xiao Xiao was saved, but the bad thing was that Xiao Xiao had to stay here and do things that she couldn't do. Chi-Chi could feel the helplessness in Lin Yi's voice. Back then, Lin Yi wasn't as strong as he was now. He didn't have the ease to deal with ancient sections. Of course, even now, Lin Yi wasn't much in the eyes of the Ice Palace. First, the Ice Palace was stronger than the Yellow Earth High Sect. Second, the Ice Palace didn't need anything from Lin Yi. Saving Xiao Xiao and letting her accept the legacy was an exchange. Lin Yi making Ice Heart Jade Bone Pill for Xiao Xiao didn't really matter to the Ice Palace. Even if he didn't, Xiao Xiao would still be the inheritor, and Bing Tang would still get a share of the pie in Sky Class Island's plan. Hence, this was also the reason why Rock Candy didn't put Lin Yi in her eyes. And so, Lin Yi had no choice but to let Xiao Xiao stay in the Ice Palace. There was no other way. Big Bro Lin Yi, Xiaoqi believes that you can successfully make the Ice Heart Jade Bone Pill and give it to the Ice Palace to get Xiao Xiao sis back, Chi-Chi encouraged as she looked at Lin Yi. She had always been very confident in Lin Yi. I'll work hard. I'm prepared to get an Ice Heart Jade Bone Pill for this Sky Elixir test, but I don't know if the Sky Elixir sect will set any obstacles. Lin Yi's relationship with the Sky Elixir sect wasn't very good right now, especially with Kong Mingming there. That guy was the 8th elder, after all. If he said a few bad things about him in front of the head and young master of the Sky Elixir sect, the impression the Sky Elixir sect had of him would plummet. Plus, with his relationship with the 5 Elemental School, would the Sky Elixir sect really make him an Ice Heart Jade Bone Pill? Lin Yi didn't think that it was possible, but he had to try. Let's not talk about that for now. Let's talk about Xiao Zhou. Xiao Zhou's situation is similar to Xiao Xiao's, but there's a difference. Xiao Xiao only needs to practice the Ice Palace's arts and she can avoid death, but Xiao Zhou is different. Xiao Zhou must accept the inheritance to be able to live forever. Lin Yi said worriedly, but it's very dangerous for Xiao Zhou to do that. This is a difficult problem. No matter what, we should ask for Xiao Zhou's opinion first. Alright, then. I'll call her. Chi-Chi said after some thought. Yes, you talk to her. Lin Yi nodded. The first thing Tu Zhenxing and Tu Zhenxing did after returning to their room was to call the sect. This was a call from Tu Zhenxing himself. Uncle, I'm Tu Zhenxing. This was the first call Tu Zhenxing made after recovering. It was too late last night, so Tu Zhenxing didn't call right away. Tu Zhenxing, you've recovered. That fast. Tu Qingsong thought that even if Lin Yi agreed to heal him, it wouldn't be something that could be healed in a short amount of time. It would take at least a few days or even a month. He didn't think that he would be healed on the second day. Actually, I was healed last night, but it can't be considered a full recovery. My meridians haven't recovered yet. Tu Zhenxing shook his head. It was too late last night, so I didn't call you, uncle. That fast. Tu Qingsong's expression changed. It seemed that his decision back then was right. How could the young people related to those two not be strong? Healing Tu Zhenxing's injuries this quickly wouldn't take too long for his meridians to recover. With that thought, Tu Qingsong quickly asked, Tu Zhenxing, did she tell you what I meant? Uncle, you're talking about building a good relationship with boss Lin Yi. Tu Zhenxing paused. He was just about to report this to his uncle, but he didn't think that his uncle would be even more anxious than him. That's right. You've already recognized him as boss. Tu Qingsong paid attention to the way Tu Zhenxing addressed Lin Yi. Not really. In the morning, I went to the restaurant to find him. This was what happened. Tu Zhenxing told Tu Qingsong about how he shamelessly called Lin Yi boss in the restaurant. However, boss Lin Yi didn't deny it. He didn't strongly reject it. That's good. Tu Qingsong was relieved. Tu Zhenxing, you did a good job. This trip to the Central Plains wasn't in vain. Although you didn't participate in the Heavenly Elixir Sex trial, your harvest has far exceeded the trial. If you have a good relationship with Lin Yi, it may bring great benefits to our Yellow Earth sect in the future. Yes, I know. Tu Zhenxing nodded. Uncle, have you heard of Lin Yi? Tu Jinxing knew Tu Qingsong's personality very well. He recognized Lin Yi as his boss only because of his admiration for Lin Yi. He couldn't beat Zhang Naipeo, but Lin Yi could, and had even healed his injuries. These were all reasons why Tu Jinxing respected Lin Yi. But these reasons weren't enough to move Tu Qingsong, to make him approve of the relationship between Tu Jinxing and Lin Yi. But now, Tu Qingsong was uncharacteristically approving, and Tu Jinxing was confused. Don't ask about these things. It's not good for you to know too early. It might not be a good thing for you to interact with him with a fearful heart. Tu Qingsong shook his head. Chapter 2898. In short, you don't have to ask. Just continue as before. Tu Qingsong didn't explain further. What happened back then had shocked the entire ancient sect. Although it had been a long time, many ancient sects avoided talking about it. Okay. Tu Overlord didn't ask any more questions after hearing his uncle's words. Instead, he changed the topic. Uncle, there's something important I have to report to you. Oh. What else? Tu Qingsong asked. The earth essence fluid that Boss Lin Yi asked for was not for an earth cultivator to use when they went berserk, but for an earth inheritor. Tu Overlord said and told Tu Qingsong about what he had discussed with Lin Yi. Earth element inheritor. Tu Qingsong's pupils shrank, and his breathing quickened. Tu Overlord didn't know what it meant for Lin Yi to have an earth inheritor by his side, but Tu Qingsong immediately thought of what happened back then. That earth inheritor was very likely his daughter, Tu Ranran, who had been taken away by those two people. And Lin Yi was one of the two, Lin Dongfang's grandson. That explained why his daughter was with Lin Yi and they were friends. That explained everything. Back then, Tu Ranran was born in a special way. Because the bloodline of the Yellow Earth High Sect wouldn't give birth to a daughter, they had to use a special method. However, although Tu Ranran was born smoothly, she was weak and sickly from a young age. However, the Yellow Earth High Sect's mantra was targeted at male cultivators. Female inheritors would only start cultivating after receiving the inheritance. Therefore, in order to cultivate, Tu Ranran had to reach the minimum age to receive the inheritance. Then, after receiving the inheritance, she had to break through to the heaven stage before the age of 20 to be safe. As long as she successfully received the inheritance, there would be no barrier to breaking through. Breaking through to the heaven stage wouldn't be too difficult, but the key was that Tu Ranran couldn't hold on any longer. She couldn't wait until the age to receive the inheritance. Tu Qingsong and his father, Tu Wanghai, sought medical help everywhere for this matter, but to no avail. Just as they were about to lose hope, a traveling merchant who traveled between the Central Plains, the Western regions, and the Miao territory brought good news to the Lus Highness sect. In the Miao region, there was a divine doctor named Lin Dongfang. His medical skills were unfathomable, and he was worth a try. Tu Wanghai was overjoyed and immediately brought Tu Ranran along with the traveling merchants towards the Miao region. However, this divine doctor Lin Dongfang did not have a fixed residence, and the traveling merchants did not know where he lived, so they could only try their luck at the market. Lin Dongfang had to go to the market for a period of time to treat patients from other villages. Hence, Tu Wanghai really met him. Lin Dongfang was a doctor in the market. Naturally, he would receive all kinds of patients. Although he could tell that Tu Wanghai was abnormal, he still followed the rules and checked on Tu Ranran's condition. However, after checking it out, Lin Dongfang let out a puzzled "huh." Seeing Lin Dongfang's expression, Tu Wanghai immediately asked, "Doctor, can my granddaughter be saved? Her body is abnormally weak, and there's no sign of life. I can't tell the specific problem, but it won't be a problem for her to follow me and live until she's 15. Lin Dongfang pondered for a moment and said, "Follow you?" Tu Wanghai was slightly stunned, but he understood Lin Dongfang's meaning. Doctor, you mean that my granddaughter must live by your side before you can treat her? That's right. Her body isn't something that can be recuperated overnight. Her problem is very serious. I need to prescribe the right medicine. The medicine that I prescribe for each period of time is different. I need to tailor the medicine according to the condition of her body. Lin Dongfang nodded his head and said. Then, doctor, can you come to live in our house? Don't worry, I will pay multiple times the consultation fees. All you have to do is to treat my granddaughter full-time. I will also compensate you for your other medical expenses. I will pay for your consultation fees every day. What do you think? Tu Wanghai immediately said. I can't go. Lin Dongfang said faintly, if you want to be treated, stay here. If you don't want to be treated, you can leave. Do you know who you are talking to? Before Tu Wanghai could answer, one of his followers got anxious and wanted to kick Lin Dongfang's medicine stall over. They came from an ancient sect. No matter where they went, they were all high and mighty. Lin Dongfang was just a small Jianghu doctor, yet he dared to be so arrogant. This follower was naturally unhappy. Tu Qingshui, back off. Tu Wanghai naturally knew that he couldn't defend Lin Dongfang at this moment. His follower was a little too hot-tempered. However, it was too late for him to stop. That follower was also a heaven-rank middle-stage expert. Even if he didn't use any martial technique, the speed of his kick was faster than Tu Wanghai's words. Just as he was about to kick Lin Dongfang's medicine stall away, his leg was easily caught by a hand. Going out to walk a dog is naturally good, but sometimes, a mad dog will spoil things. Lin Dongfang looked at Tu Wanghai and said faintly, I will throw this dog away for you. After saying that, Lin Dongfang lightly raised his hand and Tu Qingshui flew out, landing heavily in the rubbish pile far away. Tu Wanghai was a little shocked. He looked at Lin Dongfang in front of him in shock. Just now, he had made a mistake. The person in front of him was actually an expert. Moreover, it was very likely that he was a very high-level physical expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to throw Tu Qingshui out so easily. Even if Tu Qingshui didn't use any martial technique, he wouldn't be thrown out so easily. Doctor, I'm sorry. My follower was a little anxious. Please forgive him. Tu Wanghai quickly apologized, you are right. When I go back, I will still punish him. Tu Qingshui, who had fallen into the rubbish pile, had already regained his senses. Only then did he realize that he was wrong. Yes, it was very likely that he was also an expert. He didn't use any martial technique, and the other party didn't use any martial technique either. However, when he was caught by the other party, he immediately used his true qi to struggle free. However, the other party still didn't use his true qi and threw him out. Then, there were only two possibilities in this situation. The other party was a very high-level internal expert, higher than his level. Or, the other party was a very high-level physical expert. He didn't need to use the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy. Just by relying on the tyrannical strength of his body, he could ignore his true qi and throw him out. Chapter 2899. I'm in trouble, I'm in big trouble. If I really offend such an expert, he might just leave. What about Tu Ranran, the little princess of the Yellow Soil sect? Who would treat her? Fortunately, Lin Dongfang didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. That's your problem. Lin Dongfang said indifferently. Yes, yes. Tu Wanghai didn't mention these things anymore. Instead, he looked at Lin Dongfang anxiously. Then, my granddaughter's illness. She is a patient. A mad dog is a mad dog. Since I'm here, there's no reason for me to ignore her. Lin Dongfang was clear about gratitude and grudges. However, I've already given her the treatment plan. Either she follows me and I guarantee that she will live to 15, or you take her away. I'm afraid she won't be able to survive next year. This. Tu Wanghai immediately fell into a dilemma. He wouldn't feel at ease if Tu Ranran stayed here alone. Tu Ranran was only 2 years old. She didn't know anything and couldn't remember anything. As for Tu Wanghai, he was the sect master of the Yellow Soil sect. Naturally, he couldn't leave the sect and stay with Tu Ranran. However, if he didn't agree, Tu Ranran might die. Tu Wanghai felt that Lin Dongfang wasn't being alarmist. Many doctors had seen her and said that Tu Ranran wouldn't live past 3 years old. Hence, Tu Wanghai was in a dilemma. Old man, do you want me to read your fortune for you? It's very cheap. Just 1 million. Just as Tu Wanghai was hesitating, a voice came from beside him. It gave him a fright. He quickly turned his head and saw a fortune-teller dressed in Daoist attire beside Lin Dongfang's medicine stall. The stall of the person dressed in Daoist attire was very simple. There was only a small banner with the words, Ancestral Fortune-Telling. No refunds. Only 100. Tu Wanghai saw that the banner only required 100 and was instantly angered. Do you think I don't know how to read? Only 100 and you want me to pay 1 million? What kind of person is the price? Forget it if you don't want it. Just don't regret it. The fortune-teller dressed in Daoist attire shook his head and didn't mind. Only a ghost would believe you. Tu Wanghai snorted and turned around, ignoring him. If it was any other time, he would definitely teach this profiteer a lesson. But today, he was not in the mood, nor did he want to complicate matters. You're right. Even ghosts believe in me. The Taoist fortune-teller nodded. However, Tu Wanghai ignored him and pretended not to hear anything. He treated this Daoist fortune-teller as an ordinary swindler. However, at this time, an old farmer walked over to the fortune-teller's stall. He respectfully handed over a $100 bill and asked sincerely, Mr. Mo, may I ask when it will rain? The melons in my field are dying of drought. If it doesn't rain within a month, I will take my son and daughter-in-law to work elsewhere and give up on our melon fields. Please give me a suggestion. Let's go back. It's going to rain today, the fortune-teller called Mr. Mo said without even trying to predict the future. Ah. Is it going to rain today? That's great, I'll go back and wait for you. The farmer said with endless gratitude. You're welcome. This Mr. Mo was naturally Lin Dongfang's good friend of many years, Mo Kongwen. Ha! What a joke. Tu Wanghai was vexed and did not know what to do. When he heard such a huge scam, he immediately found a way to vent. It's going to rain today. How can it rain on such a sunny day? Do you think you're a weather forecaster? Rain on a sunny day. Drenching a tortoise. Old farmer, you've been scammed. Idiot, drenching a tortoise. I'll be drenching you in a while. The farmer looked at Tu Wanghai with disdain. He curled his lips and turned to leave. You don't know what's good for you. Tu Wanghai was infuriated. However, as an ancient era cultivator, why would he bother with an old farmer? He could only shake his head gloomily. You don't know what's good for you. Tu Wanghai was infuriated. However, as an ancient era cultivator, why would he bother with an old farmer? He could only shake his head gloomily. He was dissatisfied with this fortune-teller who took advantage of the situation and felt that it was a pity for the old farmer's stupidity. However, at this moment, there was a sudden boom in the clear sky. A sudden clap of thunder was heard, followed by a flash of lightning. Following that, a heavy downpour poured down from the sky, directly drenching Tu Wanghai's heart. However, at this moment, Tu Wanghai did not feel that he was unlucky to be drenched by the rain. Deep in his heart, he was deeply shocked. He turned his head and looked at the calm Mo Kongwen in disbelief. He suddenly came to a realization. Sir, I'm sorry. I was rude just now. You're not as old as me. You don't have to flaunt your seniority in front of me. Mo Kongwen said faintly. As for whether I was rude or not, there's no way to talk about it. You're not my customer. You can say whatever you want. Tu Wanghai was a heaven-ranked cultivator. He did not think that Mo Kongwen was faking it previously. This heavy downpour came without any warning. Even he did not notice it. It seemed like Mo Kongwen really had some skills. Therefore, Tu Wanghai immediately became extremely respectful. Senior, in your opinion. I should now. Mo Kongwen stretched out his hand and gestured with his finger. Tu Qingshui, come out. Tu Wanghai turned his head and looked in the direction of the rubbish pile. Don't play dead. I'll punish you when we get back. Yes. Sect Master. Tu Qingshui hurriedly climbed out of the rubbish pile and walked over carefully. There were still 2 broken vegetable leaves on his head, and it was raining. He looked like a drowned rat, and he was as pathetic as one could imagine. Give me the checkbook. Tu Wanghai said. Yes. Tu Qingshui quickly took out the checkbook from his backpack and passed it to Tu Wanghai. Tu Wanghai did not say anything else. He immediately signed a 1 million check and passed it to Mo Kongwen. Senior, you see, if you hand your granddaughter over to old Lin for treatment, I can guarantee that not only will your granddaughter not die before she turns 3, she won't die before she turns 15. Mo Kongwen accepted the check and said casually, moreover, she will live to 100 years old and bring good fortune to your entire sect. Chapter 2900. If it wasn't for the sunny days and the rainy days previously, Tu Wanghai would definitely scoff at Mo Kongwen's words. But now, he didn't think so. Instead, he asked, Senior, can you be more specific? Specific. This. Mo Kongwen said half a sentence and stopped. Senior, here's 1 million. Tu Wanghai immediately signed another check and handed it to Mo Kongwen. The money was nothing to him. As long as Mo Kongwen's words were really useful, it was worth it. Alright, to tell you the truth, your granddaughter will find a good man in the future. Then, your granddaughter's life will become smooth sailing, and then, everything will go smoothly, said Mo Kongwen. Oh. Tu Wanghai listened to Mo Kongwen's words thoughtfully. Although it was a little simple, the matter was very clear. Finally, Tu Wanghai nodded and said, Doctor, my granddaughter can stay with you, but how can I find her in the future? If you want to find me, you can come to the market to look for her. If you can't find her for now, I will send her to a place that is more suitable for her treatment. 5 years later, when her condition stabilizes, I can bring you to see her, but you can't take her away. Otherwise, she will still die, Lin Dongfang said faintly. This. All right. Tu Wanghai gritted his teeth and replied, Doctor, can she live until the age of 16? As long as she can live until the age of 16, I can pay any price. 16 years old was the minimum age requirement for the Yellow Earth High Sect's inheritance. Only at the age of 16 could a girl comprehend the inheritance. Hence, this was also the reason why Tu Wanghai required her to be 16 years old. No matter what, I will try my best, but I can't guarantee anything now. Lin Dongfang shook his head. Alright, doctor, do your best. Tu Wanghai could only do so. After all, this was the best solution at the moment. After settling Tu Ran down and paying the medical fees, Tu Wanghai brought Tu Qingshui back to the Yellow Earth High Sect. This trip made Tu Wanghai sigh with emotion. He had never expected that there would be 2 masters in that remote place. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Tu Wanghai missed his granddaughter, Tu Ran, and wanted to set off for Miaojiang again. But at this time, two ruthless people suddenly appeared in the pugilistic world. These two people appeared without any warning. They just appeared out of thin air and swept through all the ancient sects in the Central Plains. They instantly killed a few Heaven Stage elites and gained the title of Vajra's Dual Fiends. Everyone in the Jianghu had their expressions change when they talked about them. These two people, under the banner of helping the perfect perfection heaven rank late phase experts break through the heavenly Tao, gathered all the perfect perfection heaven rank late phase experts from the ancient sects of the Central Plains together. Of course, there were also many experts who were unconvinced. Why should they listen to his orders? However, the first stop of their journey was the Everyday sect. Of these two people, one was fine after taking a blow from a peak late-stage perfect perfection master, while the other casually waved his fist and killed the Everyday sect's patriarch, Mad Dragon Patriarch, who was at peak late-stage perfect perfection heaven rank. That Mad Dragon Patriarch was the primordial spirit of the Mad Dragon Patriarch who had possessed Zhongping Liang. Back then, he died tragically under the fists of these two ruthless people and became the first victim to be killed as a warning to others. Then, they went to the Holy Fist Palace and many other ancient sections. The perfect perfection heaven rank late phase experts who followed them were fine. They promised to help them set foot on the heavenly Tao, but after they set foot on the heavenly Tao, they had to do something for them. Those who did not follow them went to the road to hell. Later, those perfect perfection heaven rank late phase experts of the ancient sects, after waiting for the arrival of these two people, all welcomed them with smiles and offered to follow them. Legend had it that these two people were elites in the Tao of heaven, and their words were naturally trustworthy. Some of the followers were willing, and some were forced to follow them. No matter what, they obediently followed these two people and left. Then, they were never heard from again. This matter was very strange. After they left, there was no news of them in Jianghu. Back then, Tu Qingsong's father, Tu Wanghai, took the initiative to invite these two people to the Yellow Earth High sect. Firstly, Tu Wanghai was worried about Tu Ranran's situation. Secondly, he had been stuck at the peak late-stage perfect perfection heaven rank for too long. If he did not advance to the heavenly Tao, he was afraid that he would die of old age. Tu Wanghai did not know if he could survive until the day when the Heavenly Island plan was launched, so he took the initiative to invite the two ruthless people, the twin killers of King Kong, to the Yellow Earth High sect. The Yellow Earth High sect was located in the West region. The two ruthless people were in a hurry and did not intend to come, but since they were invited by Tu Wanghai, they still came. The two people that other sects avoided like the plague were treated with incomparable passion by Tu Wanghai. There was no other reason, because one of the twin killers of King Kong was the miracle doctor who treated Tu Ranran, Lin Dongfang. The reason why Tu Wanghai knew was that although he did not see the twin killers of King Kong with his own eyes, their portraits had spread to all the ancient sects. And Tu Wanghai naturally got one of them. When Tu Wanghai saw the familiar face of Lin Dongfang in the picture, he was immediately stunned. What? That miracle doctor from Miaojiang was actually a heavenly Tao master? No wonder he was able to cure Tu Ranran and throw Tu Qingshui away with a casual toss of his hand. As for Tu Qingshui, when he saw the portrait, cold sweat flowed down his back. He was extremely shocked. That year, he actually scolded a heavenly Tao master and was not beaten to death. What a joyous occasion! This was simply a great stroke of luck. Lin Dongfang smiled faintly when he saw Tu Wanghai again. The person beside him was Yang Qiqi's father, Lin Yi's master. He did not speak much and only nodded at Tu Wanghai. Tu Wanghai did not dare to neglect these two legendary heavenly Tao masters. He personally welcomed them from 1,000 miles away from the sect. When he saw Lin Dongfang and Mr. Yang, he immediately cupped his fist and walked up to them respectfully. Yellow Earth High sect's master, Tu Wanghai, greets the two seniors. No need to be so polite, we are not strangers anymore. Lin Dongfang waved his hand and said, "Did you ask us to come here because of your granddaughter, or?" Chapter 2901. This is Yang Ming, my sworn brother. Lin Dongfang introduced. He had some relationship with Tu Wanghai. Naturally, Lin Dongfang wouldn't put on a domineering attitude like he did with the other ancient sections. This senior Yang Ming was naturally Yang Qiqi's father, Lin Yi's master. However, Lin Yi would never have dreamed that his master and his old man were such powerful figures in the past. However, after this incident, Yang Ming left, and Lin Dongfang once again lived in seclusion in the mountains. These ancient sects that suffered losses were all scared out of their wits. They kept their mouths shut about this incident, and no one would take the initiative to ask about it. As for Lin Dongfang, due to some reason, he also kept his mouth shut about the incident in the past. As time passed, this incident was gradually buried. Tu Wanghai greets Senior Yang. Tu Wanghai said solemnly. Yang Ming waved his hand indifferently and said, "Since you are Big Brother Lin's old friend, then you don't have to be so polite. Tell us why you are looking for us." Yes. Tu Wanghai didn't dare to play any tricks. He only spoke the truth. I invited the two of you here. Firstly, it's because of my own matters. I have been stuck at Heaven Class Late Phase Peak Great Perfection for too long. If I don't advance to Heaven's path soon, I'm afraid I will die of old age. Both of you are Heaven's path experts, and you are currently recruiting Heaven Class Late Phase Peak Great Perfection experts to advance to Heaven's path. So, I would like to recommend myself. Oh. Most of the other sects avoid us. You, on the other hand, took the initiative to look for us. Yang Ming looked at Tu Wanghai with interest and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will lie to you?" Others would naturally think so, but I have seen Senior Lin Dongfang before. I know that you won't lie to me. Tu Wanghai said firmly. He, we won't lie to you. But, let me say the ugly words first. We helped you advance to Heaven's path, so you have to follow us to do something. Yang Ming smiled and said, "Are you willing?" Of course. Senior helped me advance to the Heavenly Tao, so it's reasonable for me to help Senior. There's nothing to shirk. Tu Wanghai nodded and said, "It's my duty." Good, then you can pack up and leave with us. Lin Dongfang said with satisfaction. All right. Secondly, I want to ask, how is my granddaughter's illness? Tu Wanghai asked. Your granddaughter, I've taken her in as my goddaughter. Right now, under the care of Big Brother Lin's medicine, her body is still very good. However, I didn't tell her about her background. I don't want her to feel any pressure. Yang Ming said, this time, if you go with us, you can see her. You can just look at her from a distance. Don't say anything to her. I understand. Tu Wanghai hurriedly agreed. He also knew that allowing Tu Ran to be carefree and without any psychological pressure would be beneficial to her growth. Otherwise, if she was troubled all day long, even Lin Dongfang wouldn't be able to help her even if he was a divine doctor. Well, if that's the case, then let's go. Things are more urgent. If you guys advance to Heaven's way together, we can rush to support earlier and return earlier. Yang Ming said. No problem. Seniors, I'll go pack up and leave with you. Although Tu Wanghai didn't know what they were going to support, he didn't ask much. Since it was decided, then let's go. Who cared what it was? At this time, Tu Qingsong was already the young sect master of the Yellow Earth High sect. Every day, he followed Tu Wanghai and learned how to deal with some sect affairs. Therefore, he was very familiar with what happened in the past. After Tu Wanghai left, Tu Qingsong inherited the position of sect master. However, what he didn't expect was that his father and the two seniors left for more than 10 years without any news. All these years, Tu Wanghai also inquired about other ancient sections. He asked if there was any news of their sect master, great elder, or supreme elder who left. However, no one had any news. These people just disappeared into thin air. Then, in everyone's opinion, these people were probably no longer in this world. What happened in the past was probably a scam. The two Heaven's Way masters took away and killed those peak late-stage Heaven stage great perfection experts. Of course, there were all kinds of theories. Some said that the Heaven's Way masters were another level of strength. These people cultivated in another place. That place was Heaven Stage Island. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth there was incomparable. After these people advanced to Heaven's Way, they were restricted by Heaven's Way and couldn't leave Heaven Stage Island at will. Anyway, everyone had different opinions. Everyone was just guessing. Even if what those people said was true, that the Heaven's Way masters couldn't leave Heaven Stage Island at will, Tu Qingsong also wanted to know the whereabouts of Tu Ranran. However, when he went to Miaojiang with Tu Qingshui again to look for Lin Dongfang, he found that the market was long gone. There was a landslide there, and the original market was now full of rocks. Miaojiang was huge. How could Tu Qingsong have time to search slowly? Moreover, even if he searched, he might not be able to find her. Wasn't it said that Tu Ranran was sent to Senior Yangming? Therefore, Tu Qingsong could only return to the western region with Tu Qingshui. Now, Tu Qingsong suddenly got the news of the descendants of those two people. He was excited, but he didn't dare to immediately ask Lin Yi about the whereabouts of the two seniors. He could only let Tu Overlord and Lin Yi get familiar with each other first, and then find a chance to ask in the future. However, the only thing worth rejoicing was that Tu Ranran should be with Lin Yi. The earth essence that Lin Yi and Huang Tu asked for should also be for Tu Ranran. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking? After Tu Overlord said, Earth Inheritor, although Tu Qingsong's excitement seemed reasonable to him, he shouldn't be so excited that he didn't speak for a long time, right? Therefore, the local tyrant finally couldn't wait any longer and opened his mouth to ask. Nothing, I'm just too happy. Tu Qingsong felt that there were some things that he shouldn't tell Tuo Tuo about. After all, Tuo Tuo was young and arrogant, and his temper wasn't stable. If he told the truth, it would only make Tuo 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 more afraid, or make him work harder to please Lin Yi. That wouldn't be good. Chapter 2902. That's right. Although I didn't manage to find any news of my sister during my trip to the Central Plains this time, I unexpectedly found another Earth-type inheritor. It's really a case of planted flowers don't bloom. Tu Overlord nodded and said, by the way, isn't it only the bloodline of our Yellow Earth High sect that can inherit and comprehend the Earth-type power? Why are there other Earth-type inheritors other than our family? Oh, our Yellow Earth High sect has been passed down for 1,000 years. There should be some collateral branches. Tu Qingsong said casually. Collateral branches. There are. It was Tu Overlord's first time hearing that the Yellow Earth High sect had collateral branches, so he was a little surprised. Of course. How about this? Can you look for Mr. Lin Yi and ask for the Earth-type inheritor's photo and name for me to take a look? Tu Qingsong asked. What do you want a name and photo for? Tu Overlord was taken aback. He didn't understand what Tu Qingsong meant. What did the name and photo have to do with whether Lin Yi's friend was an Earth-type inheritor or not? Oh, didn't I say it? She might be from a collateral branch of our Yellow Earth High sect. Tu Qingsong said. Is that so? Uncle, do you think it's possible that she's my long-lost cousin? Tu Overlord made an even bolder deduction after hearing Tu Qingsong's words. Ah! Tu Qingsong was shocked. He didn't expect Tu Overlord to directly link it to Tu Ranran from a collateral branch. However, it was normal for Tu Overlord to have his suspicions back then. It was just that Tu Overlord had less evidence than him. Under the guidance of a collateral branch, Tu Overlord also made such a deduction. Uncle, although my deduction might shock you, it's not impossible. When Tu Chingsong heard Tu Chingsong's he thought that he was shocked by his deduction. It's indeed possible. Tu Chingsong smiled bitterly. He originally wanted to hide it for the time being, but who knew that Tu Overlord would guess it himself? If that's the case, then Boss Lin Yi might have become my brother-in-law. Tu Xiaowang's thoughts kept jumping. In his opinion, since Lin Yi was seeking medicine for Tu Ranran, then his relationship with Tu Ranran must be extraordinary. Perhaps they were confidants. Tyrant, what are you thinking? Tu Chingsong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Besides, didn't you say that there's a girl by Mr. Lin Yi's side? You're talking about Yang Chi-Chi. Mr. Lin Yi's so strong, there's no way he only has one woman, right? And from what I see, Yang Chi-Chi calls Lin Yi boss brother, maybe they're siblings. As for Chi-Chi, Tu Heejemin didn't think much of it, people at his level didn't have the concept of monogamy at all. She was an ancient sect, after all, and they still followed the rules of the olden days. Yang Chi-Chi. Tu Chingsong froze at the name. You're saying that girl's called Yang Chi-Chi? Yeah, what's wrong, uncle? Tu Xiaowang felt like his uncle was acting a little weird today. Yang Chi-Chi's surname was Yang, and the other Heaven's Path elite was called Yang Ming. Could they be related? The more Tu Xiaowang thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, why would Chi-Chi be with Lin Yi? But, he couldn't tell Tu Xiaowang too much about this. It's nothing, it's a good name, good name. Tu Xiaowang was a little surprised, were numbered names popular now? But, it didn't seem as domineering as his own name. Yes, it's a good name. Tu Chingsong said seriously. Alright, I'll try my best to ask. Tu Xiaowang was a little surprised at his uncle's sudden change in taste, but it wasn't his place to ask. In Yang Chi-Chi's room, Chi-Chi relayed what Tu Xiaowang said to Zhou, who was a little shocked on the other side. He went silent after Chi-Chi was done. I'm sorry, Zhou, but I'm afraid this is the best solution. I couldn't find a better way to help you. Chi-Chi could understand how Zhou was feeling right now. After all, Zhou was going to the Yellow Earth High Sect to accept their legacy, and there was something he had to do that could bring danger to Zhou. Don't say that, Chi-Jia. You and E-Bro have been running around for me all this time, and I can't thank you enough. Zhou said. It's just that I don't want to be separated from you. The Yellow Earth High Sect is in the western region, it'll be hard for us to meet again. Plus, what about the hacker mission? I've let it go, there's no one here to take over. We'll have to let Mrs. Shou take over for now. Chi-Chi said. I want to ask you, Zhou. What are your real thoughts? You and E-Bro have both embarked on the path of cultivation. I don't want to fall behind either. Zhou said weakly after a moment of silence. Chi-Chi paused, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. So, deep in Zhou's heart, he didn't want to pull too far away from her and Lin Yi. Lin Yi was already standing at a very high position in the world of cultivation, and she would also work hard. But Zhou couldn't, and the gap between the three would only become more and more obvious in the future. It was reasonable for Zhou to have this thought. Okay, then I'll tell Lin Yi bro what you mean. Chi-Chi confirmed Zhou's meaning and nodded. Okay. Zhou nodded. Hanging up, Chi-Chi went to Lin Yi's room to find Lin Yi. Chi-Chi, you and Zhou are done. Lin Yi opened the door and was a bit surprised to see Chi-Chi. He didn't think that there would be a result so soon. Lin Yi thought that Chi-Chi and Zhou would talk until midnight. Yeah, Zhou said that she's willing to become a practitioner and accept the inheritance. She doesn't want to be too far away from us. Chi-Chi said. Okay, if that's the case, I'll go find Tuoba now. Lin Yi didn't say much, and he didn't need to. He understood Zhou's thoughts. Just like the miss back then, she also wanted to train and didn't want to be too far away from him. Thinking of the miss, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh softly. He'd been out for a while now, and he didn't know if she was doing well. Chapter 2903. She was the one he was supposed to take care of the most when he returned to the city, because that was his mission. However, he often neglected her. After leaving the room, Lin Yi went straight to Tu Xiaowang's room and knocked. Diamond Star, right? The door isn't locked, come in. Tu Xiaowang had just ended his call with Tu Qingsong, thinking that it was Earth Diamond Star. It's me, Lin Yi pushed the door open and said. Ah. It's Boss Lin Yi. Tu Xiaowang jumped off the bed and ran to the door to greet Lin Yi. What are you in such a rush for? Lin Yi frowned. After this period of interaction, he could tell that Tua wasn't a scheming person, but he was a hothead when it came to handling things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten hurt by Naipeo. But then again, which of these disciples of the ancient sects wasn't prideful? They were the elites of their sects, and when they went out, they naturally didn't like each other. It was normal for them to have conflicts. Hee. Boss Lin Yi, why are you looking for me? Tu Xiaowang didn't mind at all. This was his personality, and he didn't care what Lin Yi said about him. Let me ask you, that friend of mine, after receiving the inheritance, does she have to do that annoying mission to open the island? Lin Yi asked straightforwardly. Since Little Nine didn't have any objections, Lin Yi naturally wanted to fight for more benefits for her. Doesn't she want to ascend to Sky Dao? Tu Xiaowang asked suspiciously. As far as he was concerned, nothing was more important than a practitioner being able to step into Sky Dao. Wasn't this the pursuit of all practitioners? It was the same for Tu Overlord and the people around him. It was the same for his grandfather in the past. Therefore, Tu Overlord felt that it was natural for cultivators to pursue the heavenly way. It had been like this since ancient times. Although what inheritors did was a little dangerous, it was equivalent to obtaining a ticket to the Heaven Stage Island after success. After all, it hadn't been long since the Heavenly Island opened the sealed passage, and the number of cultivators that could enter was limited. Not just anyone could enter as they wished. These quotas were determined through the Heavenly Island Conference, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that they fought to the death for it. Everyone has their own ambitions. I'm just asking. Lin Yi asked without any change in his expression. Most importantly, he didn't want the people around him to have too much relationship with the Five Elements sect and the Heavenly Elixir sect. Actually, once your friend successfully comprehends the legacy, that place will definitely sense it. If she accepts the legacy and doesn't participate in the plan, not only will our Lost Earth sect be blamed and attacked by that place, they won't let your friend off either. They'll definitely send people to capture her and bring her back. Tu Overlord said, this is also the reason why I said that after your friend accepts the legacy, she must carry out that plan. Boss Lin Yi, I don't deny that you're very powerful, but the people from that place are unexpectedly powerful. Their unique skills are all real ancient divine skills, and some even have immemorial divine skills. We can't match them. Lin Yi nodded. He had naturally experienced the strength of the people from the Five Elements sect. Tagan Long, the weakest among them, was already very powerful. Tian Chan, Little 11, and Little 1 were all super powerhouses, not to mention ancestor Xianchen, who had always been hiding behind the scenes. I've fought with the people from the Five Elements sect a few times, so I know how powerful they are, Lin Yi said in agreement. What? Tu Overlord was shocked after hearing Lin Yi's words. Boss, you fought with the people from the Five Elements sect. A few times. Then you didn't die. Of course, I don't mean to look down on you, nor do I mean to curse you to death. I mean, there's no need to explain. I understand. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Every time it's extremely dangerous, and I almost died. Their medium was crippled by me. They've always wanted to kill me, but they're currently in a delicate state of balance. They're a little afraid. Fuck, boss is really boss, too powerful. Two overlords said in surprise. Even the Five Elements sect doesn't dare to act rashly. It's not that they don't dare, they're just a little afraid. Lin Yi was not arrogant to this extent. He just said, but it's only a delicate balance. Once my friend inherits the legacy, I'm afraid it'll be like what you said. The Five Elements sect won't let her go easily, yes, so instead of being captured by the Five Elements sect after she leaves, it's better to stay in our Yellow Earth sect. We can protect her safety during this period of time. Two Overlord nodded. In that case, I'll think about it. Lin Yi did not immediately agree. Although Little Nine had already agreed, but Lin Yi still had a responsible attitude towards Little Nine. He had to carefully weigh the pros and cons for her. Boss Lin Yi, there's something I want to ask. Seeing that Lin Yi did not agree, Two Overlord's heart tightened and he could not help but ask. Oh. What's the matter? Just say it. Lin Yi waved his hand. I don't like to be wishy-washy. If there's something, just say it. Okay, how old is your friend this year? Can you tell me her name? Tu Xiaowang asked carefully. Oh. Why do you ask this? Lin Yi was slightly stunned. According to my uncle, only our Yellow Earth sect has the bloodline of the Yellow Earth sect. So far, no one else has it. So, your friend may be my long-lost sister. Two Overlord naturally did not dare to deceive Lin Yi, so he directly told the truth. Pfft, cough cough. Lin Yi suddenly coughed after hearing it. How did Little Nine suddenly become Two Overlord's sister? Boss, don't laugh. I'm telling the truth. Really? Two Overlords saw Lin Yi's expression and suddenly laughed dryly. I really have a sister. She has been separated from me for many years. Are you saying that my friend might be your sister? Lin Yi saw that Two Overlord did not seem to be joking. He immediately frowned. Little Nine was indeed an orphan. She was his master's adopted daughter. In that case, it was really possible. Yes, so I'm just asking your friend's name and age. Two Overlord nodded. Chapter 2904. 17. As expected. A flash of surprise and joy appeared on Tuo Xiaowang's face. The age is about the same, but the name. It doesn't matter. What's important is that she's an orphan. Yes, your sister is 17 as well. Lin Yi paused. Yeah, 17. Boss, do you have a picture of her? Tuo Xiaowang asked. Yes. Lin Yi took out his phone and logged into the photo gallery. He found a picture and downloaded it to his phone, handing it to Tuo Xiaowang. That's her, me and Yang Qiqi. The one in the wheelchair is Lil Hezhou, but I don't think a picture is very useful. You weren't that old back then, you probably wouldn't have known her. Ugh. That's true. Tuo Xiaowang realized that he'd wasted his time looking at the picture. He had no impression of his sister at all. This picture might be useful if he sent it to his uncle, Tu Qingsong. He shook his head. Can you send it to me? I'll send it to my uncle. Not at the moment. Lin Yi declined. I'm not sure if there's a relationship between you and Lil Hezhou yet. I can show it to you, but I can't send it to you. After all, the picture was related to the assassin organization's secrets, and Lil Hezhou's image was confidential. Lin Yi wouldn't give it to anyone before he was sure, not even Tuo Xiaowang. I see. Tuo Xiaowang was a little disappointed, but he remembered something and quickly asked, right, does that Lil Hezhou have a pendant on her? A pendant made out of mud. And the word Earth is written on it. Tuo Xiaowang had come to the Central Plains to look for his sister, and this was what he was relying on. That necklace was an item from the Yellow Earth sect, and it was his sister's identification item. She'd been wearing it since she was young. Oh. Lin Yi was a little surprised, but he was also a little confused. I do have a pendant made out of mud, but it has the word 9 on it, not earth. 9 foot. That shouldn't be. Tuo Xiaowang was taken aback as well, his eyes wide with confusion. All these things match. Is something wrong? 9. Earth? Lin Yi suddenly thought of something and slammed the table, which shocked Tu Jun. However, Lin Yi ignored him and asked directly, how do you write the word two? It's just a normal, two word. Tu Ba Wang was a little baffled. He didn't know why Lin Yi asked this. I think I got it. The earth character you guys carved on the pendant is a linked character, and the two horizontal lines are joined together to form the shape of the Z. Since it's a messy handwriting, it looks like a 9. Between us, we're using numbers to arrange each other's names. I'm 1, Chi-Chi's 7, and when it came to little 9, our first impressions, we thought that the character on her pendant was a coincidence, but it wasn't a 9, but a earth character. Lin Yi said. That's right. Tu Xiaowang also smacked his forehead and came to a realization. He then said excitedly, Boss, from now on. You're my brother-in-law. Pfft. Ahem. Lin Yi started coughing loudly. This Tu Ba Wang's thoughts were quite imaginative. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lil Zhou and I are just siblings. At least for now, Lin Yi wanted to say that it had nothing to do with Lil Zhou, but unknowingly, Lil Zhou's bitter tone rang in his ears, and Lin Yi could only add, at least for now. But this addition made Tu Ba Wang's eyes light up. Haha, that's for sure. Brother-in-law boss, you won't reject this brother-in-law as your follower now, will you? Lin Yi was speechless. What kind of relationship was this? But he knew that if he didn't agree, Tu Ba Wang might say something weird again, so he just nodded. Yeah, haha, that's great, my follower has finally become official. It seems that nepotism is really cool. Tu Ba Wang said proudly. I can send Lil Zhou's photo to you, but you have to promise not to spread it. Lin Yi was basically sure that Lil Zhou was Tu Ba Wang's long-lost sister, so he agreed to give him the photo. It was just that Lin Yi felt that things were a bit strange. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Boss, you can rest assured that I definitely won't spread it. Moreover, she is my sister. How can I hurt her? Tu Ba Wang promised. This matter is too sudden. I have to go back and communicate with Lil Zhou first. As for whether she is willing to acknowledge you, I can't do anything about it. I will definitely not force her, so if she is not willing, I hope you guys won't force it. Lin Yi reminded Tu Ba Wang. Don't worry, boss, we'll do it step by step. We won't force it. Tu Ba Wang quickly replied. Lin Yi left Tu Ba Wang's place and went to Yang Chi-Chi in shock. He told Chi-Chi about what he had told Tu Ba Wang. What happened today was simply too shocking. Chi-Chi listened to Lin Yi's story, and her face was very interesting. She didn't think that Lil Zhou was Tu Ba Wang's sister. This was a bit too much. Then, do we become relatives with Tu Ba Wang? Chi-Chi was a bit troubled. She didn't really like Tu Ba Wang's personality. There's nothing we can do about it. Tu Ba Wang may be a bit arrogant, but he's not an idiot. He doesn't act like he is in front of us. Let him be. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. This time, no matter what, I have to fix his meridians. Of course, this is just a small thing. The problem is, can Lil Zhou accept this reality? I'll talk to Lil Zhou about it. It's her family, after all. I don't know why they got separated back then, but it's good to be able to find her family. Chi-Chi said. Yeah. Lin Yi agreed. Lin Yi didn't really care about his parentage, and he didn't seem to care too much about the fact that he didn't have parents, but deep in Lin Yi's heart, he still wanted to see his parents. It was a kind of faith. Chapter 2905. And from the looks of it, they were very important friends, too. Otherwise, Tu Qingsong didn't think that Lin Yi and Chi-Chi would be running around for something like this. Tu Xiaowang, you've done well. I didn't think that you'd mature quite a bit after not participating in the test. Tu Qingsong said with praise. Uncle. Tu Xiaowang smiled bitterly. How could one grow without setbacks? He'd been crippled by Zhang Naipeo, and that was how he'd learned that there was always someone better than him. Email me the photo. Actually, it doesn't matter if you look at it or not. We can be sure now that little Jiao is Ran. You just need to think of a way to get Mr. Lin Yi to send her back to our Yellow Earth sect. Tu Qingsong said, feeling a little emotional at this point. Could it be that the fortune teller his father met back then was true? Tu Ran's fate had changed because of her man. Wasn't this person talking about Lin Yi? Tu Qingsong could tell from Tu Xiaowang's words that the relationship between Lin Yi and little Jiao wasn't normal, so he came to this conclusion. It seemed that his father's decision back then was a wise one. That 2 million was well spent, and not only was Tu Ran fine, the Yellow Earth sect had a powerful helper. Other people didn't know about Lin Yi's background, but Tu Qingsong knew it all too well. It seemed that Lin Yi's position in the world wasn't looking too good, and if the Yellow Earth sect were to become Lin Yi's subordinate sect, that would be giving Lin Yi a helping hand. This relationship was different from the icing on the cake in the future. Whoever followed Lin Yi first and got Lin Yi's approval would have the advantage, and when Lin Yi grew up, the Yellow Earth sect would rise as well. Yes, uncle, I'll send it to you in a bit. Tu Xiaowang replied. And, you'll be in charge of this, and make an appointment with Mr. Lin Yi. See when he'll come to our sect. Tu Qingsong said. Little Jiao suddenly went silent after learning about her parentage. After so many years, she had already treated Yang Ming's home as her own. Although Yang Ming was her godfather, he was more or less like her father. He treated her and Chi-Chi the same, without any bias. And so, little Nine found it hard to feel a sense of belonging in a foreign house. Her long-lost family was there, her brother, her father. But in little Nine's heart, Lin Yi, young Chi-Chi, and Chi-Chi's parents were the people closest to her. She had lived here since she was young. As for the Yellow Earth sect in the western region, this was the first time she had heard of it. She was still a little conflicted about the unknown. Lil 9. What's wrong? Chi-Chi couldn't help but ask after hearing the silence. Big Sister 7, I don't think this is real. I have a family. Little Nine's voice was somewhat low. There was not the slightest bit of excitement from finding his family. There was only sadness from not knowing how to face it. Lil 9, are you not happy? In the Yellow Earth sect, not only is your body's problem solved, but you can also see your family. Chi-Chi didn't understand little Nine's feelings right now. She didn't know why she was so down. Big Sister 7, it's impossible for me to say that I haven't thought about my family. When I was young, I did think about what my birth parents and family were like, but as time went on, I've long since treated you, bro, godfather, and godmother as the closest people to me. Little Nine said quietly. Suddenly, I have a family. I feel like I don't know what to do. Big Sister 7, let me calm down for a bit, okay? I'll think about it, I'll contact you. Okay. Chi-Chi nodded. Lil 9, calm down for a bit. After hanging up, Chi-Chi didn't go straight to Lin Yi. Instead, she called Mrs. Zhou. Mrs. Zhou was the other wife of Chi-Chi's father, and an expert hacker. She was Little Nine's teacher. She was probably the best person to talk to Little Nine. But, no matter what Little Nine decided, the Sky Elixir sex test was finally over. The prize ceremony was set for tomorrow morning, at the Sky Elixir Inn Square. It was called a prize ceremony, but it was just a symbolic certificate and a record of each participant's requirements. If the pills were in stock, naturally, they could just take it, but if they weren't, they'd have to make a reservation. In fact, it could even be described as pitifully few. Altogether, more than 40 practitioners of Earth rank and above had participated in this trial. Calculating according to the spirit beast's daily killing rate of 2 Earth rank and above experts, excluding the few days when the Dragon of 5 Demons had issued the task and the 5 days after the 15th day, the spirit beast had lost about 30 Earth rank and above experts in the 10 days in between. However, the number of cultivators who passed the trial this time was the highest among all the previous batches. Therefore, even though so many people had died, no one would suspect anything. Feng Shipin's reward was a great recovery pill, and so did Gu Xian, Qikuan, and Li Siba. They all got one. Feng Shipin exchanged for the Great Recover pellet for Feng Nidian, and Gu Xian was a lone practitioner. With the Great Recover pellet, he could defend himself. Li Siba was a physical practitioner, other pellets wouldn't be of much use, only the Great Recover pellet could heal. As for Qikuan, he didn't even know why he got a Great Recovery pill. Elder Bai was dead, and the Great Recovery pill didn't have much use for House Zhao right now. But the Sky Elixir sect didn't have many finished pills, and he only had one with him. According to the rules, he wasn't allowed to ask for future pills. Of course, this depended on the Sky Elixir sect's mood. If they agreed, then it was fine, but Qikuan didn't want any trouble. After all, what Zhang Naipeo wanted was a bone-cleansing pill. The Sky Elixir sect didn't have any on hand, but for the sake of the everyday sect, Silkworm sect agreed to let Zhaoming make one for Naipeo. When it was Lin Yi's turn, Lin Yi said to Kong Mingming directly, "Great recovery pill." Chapter 2906. What the Heavenly Silkworm Transformation Master was thinking was, what did Lin Yi want the recover pill for? At the bottom of the cliff, Lin Yi didn't take away the 2 recover pills she had. What did he want it for? Moreover, Lin Yi had that kind of magical healing ability. What did he want the recover pill for? Could it be because Lin Yi cured 2 Overlord and was afraid of being suspected, so he covered it up? At present, this was the only guess she had. The news of 2 Overlords' recovery had already spread throughout the Heavenly Elixir sect and even the 5 Elements sect. Although Ancestor Xianchen was very puzzled as to how 2 Overlord had recovered, and seeing that he was very close to Lin Yi, he also suspected that Lin Yi had played some role in it. However, Ancestor Xianchen never thought that Lin Yi could use true qi to heal others. After all, using true qi to heal others only existed between people of the same sect and the same mental cultivation method. Moreover, the healer had to spend a lot of physical strength and true qi to heal others. Unless they had a very good relationship, who would make such a sacrifice? Moreover, Lin Yi and 2 Overlord weren't from the same sect, nor did they cultivate the same mental cultivation method. They didn't even know each other at all, and their relationship wasn't good either. Why would Lin Yi heal him? Moreover, it seemed that Lin Yi was very good now. It didn't seem like he had used a lot of physical strength and true qi at all. Therefore, even if Ancestor Xianchen was suspicious, he couldn't think of any clues. It was even more impossible for Lin Yi to give 2 Overlord a 4th grade recover pill. This matter could only be inquired about slowly and see if he could find out from 2 Overlord. There was no other way. Because if he asked Lin Yi would definitely not tell the truth. However, Lin Yi didn't have such thoughts about Tian Chan at all. Lin Yi didn't ask to refine the Ice Heart Jade Heart pill because there was a grudge between him and Kong Mingming. Even if he brought the materials, the Heavenly Elixir School might not refine it for him. At that time, he could just tell him that he didn't refine it and that he had failed, and there was nothing he could do. Therefore, Lin Yi might as well take a Dahuan pill that the Heavenly Elixir sect had in stock. Although it seemed that the Dahuan pill was temporarily useless to him, it was not. To Lin Yi, this was also a good thing. When Lin Yi used the true Qi bomb, the whole body of the physical strength of the true Qi was shot out, and accidentally injured his meridians. In this case, Lin Yi was unable to repair the meridians in his body, but, as long as there was a great restored Dan, which could repair a few meridians, then he could repair the other meridians. In this situation, without Skybolt Pig and General Wei Wu, it was very useful. Lin Yi, don't you want to reconsider? You didn't want this Dahuan pill before. Didn't you tell me that you wanted the Ice Heart Jade Heart pill? Kong Mingming frowned and asked unwillingly. Oh, didn't I need 2 spiritual herbs to refine a pill for you? Lin Yi said indifferently, I only have 1 spiritual herb, I just need a ready-made pill. This. Actually, seeing that we are old friends, I can make an exception. Moreover, this is what the Heavenly Elixir sect promised you before. Kong Mingming quickly said. Forget it, I'll give you the ingredients, and if you ruin it for me, I won't have anyone to talk to about it. Lin Yi shook his head. I don't believe you. The smile on Kong Mingming's face froze, and he laughed awkwardly. How is that possible? I'm not the only one in charge of the Heavenly Elixir sect. I just think that it's a pity that you don't have this chance. If you think it's a pity, then give me another Ice Heart pill. Lin Yi said. Forget it then. Kong Mingming pouted and turned to ask the other participants. The Dahuan pills were all available, and so after Lin Yi and the others got the pills, they started their journey back. Lin Yi didn't give a clear answer to Tuo Junwang, and Tuo Junwang wasn't in a rush. He planned to walk around in the Central Plains. Now that everyone knew that Tuo Junwang was Lin Yi's follower, no one dared to mess with him. Zhang Naipeo had suffered a setback in the test, and he had been feeling a little down lately. He didn't have the mood to mess with Tuo Junwang anymore, and he was very wary of Lin Yi. Lil Chi, I'm going back. Are you going back to the private island? Lin Yi asked. The private island, also known as X Island, it was where Lin Yi trained when he was young, and now the base of the world's biggest assassin organization. Of course, this biggest was limited to the common world, the Yellow Spring sect of the practitioner world couldn't compare. Yeah, I'll go back and discuss it with Lil Thajio, and then I'll contact you, Lin Yi bro, Chi nodded. Lil Thajio's problem settled, so don't go running around. There's too much danger in the practitioner world, it's not for you. Lin Yi didn't want Chi to risk her life in the practitioner world. Lin Yi could help her now, but he couldn't guarantee that he'd help her every time. Okay. Chi nodded. I'll call you if I come back to the training world. Good. Lin Yi nodded and said goodbye to Chi before walking to Feng Shipian, Gu Xian, and Li Siba who were waiting for him. Boss, we're going back. Feng Shipian said, a little saddened. They'd only known each other for a short time, but their friendship had been established. He didn't know if his father and grandfather would blame him if they found out about this, but he didn't know if they'd go back to the ancient house Feng. After all, a disciple of an ancient sect taking a freelancer as his boss, this was quite shocking. Lin Yi was strong, but there was no guarantee that his family wouldn't object to it. After all, Lin Yi was Nitian's enemy. Although the news hadn't spread yet, Nitian would definitely wake up after taking the recover pill. At that time, it would be clear who hurt him, so Feng Shipian had a headache. Li Sibo was more relaxed. Although he was a core disciple of the Holy Fist Palace, Lin Yi was the one who avenged his fellow disciples. He couldn't avenge his fellow disciples, so he recognized Lin Yi as his boss. Lin Yi taught Zhang Naipeo a lesson, and the Holy Fist Palace certainly couldn't say anything. If someone dared to stand up and blame Li Siba, it meant that he didn't want to avenge his fellow disciples. Who would be such a villain? And Gu Xian, a freelancer, didn't care about what others thought. She just said goodbye to Lin Yi, boss, I'll go to Donghai City to find you later. Chapter 2907. On the way back, it was still Lin Yi and Chikuin together. Chikuin himself didn't think that he'd actually passed the test. He knew that the hidden house Xiao was here to send him to his death, he knew that, and while he had Lin Yi's protection, Xiao Chikuin was still a little worried before he came. After all, no matter how strong Lin Yi was, he couldn't protect everyone. He didn't expect that they would pass the test and get the pill, but the hidden house Xiao was gone. Chikuin didn't know how to face the hidden house Xiao now. His family stood against him after he left. Although his grandpa and Zhao Qibing wouldn't dare do anything to him after he went back, living in a house like this was a tragedy and torture. Lin Yi looked at Chikuin's unhappy face and patted his shoulder, sighing. Let's go. There are some things you can't choose. Can you choose your grandpa? That's true. Chikuin smiled bitterly. What should I do when I go back? I really don't know what the point of me staying in House Xiao is. My grandpa, why is he so stubborn? Is it just because Zhao Qibing gave him a qi-gathering pill that he let him become the head of the house? Some things are formed under the circumstances of a strange combination of factors. Now, I can't explain it. Under the circumstances at that time, old Zhao's decision was understandable. But now, I have to say that he was very short-sighted. Yeah. Chikuin nodded. Even the ancient sects have a few of them calling you their boss. My grandpa really is. One step at a time, we'll see. With Lin Yi's current position, the way he thought about things was different. In the past, he didn't dare touch the hidden House Xiao and House Yu because he wasn't strong enough. So, he kept their relationship at a balance point, and no one would take a step further. But now, Lin Yi could totally wipe out any hidden house. Chikuin nodded and got in the jeep with Lin Yi, heading home. Tian Chan stood far away, quietly watching as Lin Yi got on the car and drove off. She sighed, endless sorrow after parting with you, we'll always be together, and there will be many obstacles in the future. Naturally, Lin Yi didn't know that behind him stood a girl who missed him. Tian Chan didn't attend the award ceremony, and Lin Yi thought that Tian Chan had already returned to Five Elements sect and wouldn't show her face again. These days, Tianli had been selling everything he had, borrowing from all over the place, but he still couldn't get 200 million. He only managed to get 40 million, and transferred it all to Lang's CEO's account. Just when he was anxiously waiting for the news, Lang's CEO brought him a bolt out of the blue. Boss Liu, it's bad. Because we didn't meet the deadline and gathered enough money to pay the smuggler found the border guards of that small country and reported the news of our smuggling. As a result, the border guards seized all our goods, Xiao Chun said sadly. What? Tianli couldn't help but be shocked, as if he had fallen into an ice house. Although he was hypnotized, it was only because of his unlimited trust in Little Pure and the belief that this business would bring him a lot of money. Now that his business was in trouble, Tianli was still shocked. He almost had a heart attack. That snakehead, why didn't he follow the rules? It's not like we're not giving him the money, we're just delaying it for a while, why did he? I didn't have a choice, they're all desperados. I want to talk to them, but they won't meet me. Xiaochun sighed, troubled. Why don't I try to find a way through the political connections here and see if I can pass the message? Lu Tianli hesitated. He really didn't want to use House Lu's political connections for this, but the situation was urgent, and he had no other choice. If he didn't use them, then House Lu would be done for. Smuggling was a disgrace to House Lu, but they hadn't done it yet, right? House Lu just had to be flexible and say that the goods were going to be imported legally, but they were confiscated when they were being transported to the small country. That way, things would work. CEO Lu, are you sure you can use your connections? The goods we're smuggling this time are prohibited goods. Xiaochun reminded. Isn't it just tobacco? We're smuggling, but I can be flexible and say that we're going to import legally. Tianli was shocked, but he wasn't stupid. He quickly thought of a solution. CEO Liu, this isn't just tobacco, it's drugs. Xiaochun said. What? Drugs? Tianli was shocked. He couldn't believe it, he almost threw the phone in his hand on the floor. How did cigarettes become drugs? He took a deep breath and came back to his senses. Isn't it cigarettes? How did it become drugs? CEO Lang, you're not joking, are you? Ha! This joke isn't funny at all. CEO Liu, do you think I'm joking with you? Xiaochun said faintly. There's nothing special in those cigarettes. How can they be so good to smoke? That's... Tianli froze, only remembering after Boss Lang reminded him. That's right, why were these cigarettes so good to smoke, and addictive to the point of it? Could there really be drugs in them? But why didn't he think of it before? Of course, what Tianli didn't know was that it wasn't that he didn't think of it, but that he was hypnotized and didn't think in that direction at all. The hypnotist suppressed his thoughts. CEO Lang, you tricked me. Tianli roared. Director Liu, I thought you knew what was going on, Xiao Chun said calmly. CEO Liu, I thought you knew it yourself. Xiaochun said slowly. I don't do drugs, how would I know? Tianli raged. I don't take drugs, how would I know? Tianli raged. All the bosses I know smoke cigarettes, how would I know you don't? Xiaochun said, I saw that you didn't raise any doubts before, so I thought we had a tacit understanding. The purity of this cigarette is so high that people who have never smoked before will feel uncomfortable. I saw that Mr. Liu was enjoying it, so I didn't think too much about it. Chapter 2908. What do I do? I don't have a solution right now. Compared to money, my life is more important. That smuggler said that if I keep causing trouble, he'll kill me. I think. Mr. Liu, I don't want the goods anymore, I don't want the money anymore. If you have the ability, then get the goods out yourself. I'll give it all to you, I don't want to do this anymore. Xiaochun's voice sounded really down. What? Tianli panicked. Mr. Lang, that's not right. If you leave now, what will I do? You have to know that I'm the one who invested the most money in this. That's why I'm saying, Mr. Liu, if you have the ability, then get the goods out and give it all to you. Xiaochun said. But how am I supposed to get the drugs? I can't use my connections at all. Not to mention using my connections, even if this gets out, it'll be a fatal blow to House Liu. Tianli said worriedly. House Liu was in the medicine business, and if they got involved with drug trafficking, they'd be done for. That's not within my consideration, Mr. Liu. I'm sorry, but I don't think there's any point in working with us anymore. We'll never meet again. With that, Xiaochun hung up and said goodbye to Tianli. Mr. Lang. Mr. Lang, you can't do this. Hello. Hello. Fuck you. Tianli couldn't help but curse when he heard Xiaochun hang up on him. He smashed his phone onto the floor, breaking it into pieces. Tianli breathed heavily, his right hand clutching his chest. His face was twisted, and because of his anger, his eyes were bloodshot. It was a terrifying sight. Mr. Liu, what's wrong? Secretary Zhang heard the sound of the phone smashing on the floor and quickly walked into Tianli's office. What was that sound? Mr. Liu, your phone, fool. Tianli took a deep breath. He knew that there was no point in getting angry now. He had to think of a solution. The most important thing right now was to contact Mr. Lang. After all, he didn't even know who the smuggler was. How was he supposed to find a connection? He could only count on Mr. Lang now. Tianli wondered if he could get Mr. Lang to think of a solution. Up until now, he had not doubted Lang's own. It had to be said that the hypnotist's ability was very powerful. Director Liu, don't be angry. What exactly happened? Secretary Zhang felt a little strange and could only ask carefully. Give me your phone and replace my SIM card on the floor. Tianli didn't explain much as he ordered Secretary Zhang. Okay, Mr. Liu. Secretary Zhang nodded and picked up the phone parts on the ground. He found Tianli's SIM card and put it into his phone before passing it to Tianli. Alright, you can leave now. Tianli waved his hand, signaling the secretary to leave. There were some things he didn't want Secretary Zhang to know too much. If the news of him dealing drugs and the company losing money were to be leaked, it would be a huge scandal. The company might even be on the verge of bankruptcy. Tianli didn't dare spread the news. Yes. Secretary Zhang didn't know what was going on, but he didn't dare to ask. He could only leave the office respectfully. After Secretary Zhang left, Tianli dialed CEO Lang's number again, but there was a cold voice on the other side. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is either switched off or not within the service area. Please check and dial again later. Tianli was stunned. Lang, you're too much. Tianli was furious when he heard that Mr. Lang's phone was switched off. He wanted to smash his phone again, but he held himself back and dialed Mr. Lang's assistant, Chui Mianshir's number. But what drove Tianli crazy was that Chui Mianshir's phone rang with the same tone. His phone was turned off. Yes, Secretary Zhang. This time, Tianli truly believed it. Mr. Lang really wanted to leave. It wasn't fake. It was real. Mr. Liu. Secretary Zhang heard Tianli's call and quickly came back. He didn't know what he did to piss off Tianli. Was that the curse? Check 2 numbers for me immediately. See if you can locate the location of the most recent calls from these 2 numbers. With that, Tianli wrote down the 2 numbers on a piece of paper and passed it to Secretary Zhang. He didn't say who these 2 numbers belonged to or what the use was. It's best if you can find out the registered information of these 2 numbers as well. Tianli said. Secretary Zhang nodded. Yes. Secretary Zhang got the numbers and went to work. With Tianli's position in the company, it was a piece of cake for him to investigate these things. Secretary Zhang had a lot of acquaintances. Soon, Secretary Zhang reported the results of the investigation to Tianli. What shocked him was that these 2 numbers never left Yanjing at all. They didn't go to that small country at all, and other than calling him, they didn't talk to anyone else at all. This was basically impossible. Mr. Lang wasn't doing business with him alone. Besides, how could they have been in Yanjing all this time? This didn't make sense at all. At this time, even if Tianli trusted Mr. Lang blindly, he realized the problem. He seemed to have fallen into an elaborate trap. Mr. Lang had been lying to him from the start. What the hell is this? This name can be registered on a phone card? Tianli pointed at the list of phone numbers Secretary Zhang brought over. These people are called a Wolf Motherfucker and a Chui Motherfucker? Who would have names like that? This. Secretary Zhang was a bit speechless at these 2 names, but he didn't know why Tianli would be so fixated on these 2 names. He could only say weakly, there are all sorts of strange things in this world. What they call themselves is their freedom, fool. Tianli's breathing became messy after realizing that he had been tricked. Since these 2 were lying to him, it was normal for them to call themselves Wolf Motherfucker. It was already good enough that they didn't call themselves Motherfucker. The most important thing now wasn't to think about these 2's names, he needed to find their whereabouts. Secretary Zhang, get me the information on Mr. Lang right now. I want to see it. Chapter 2909. Tianli, on the other hand, picked up a cigarette, lit it up, and put it in his mouth, frowning. But after taking a puff, he suddenly realized that the cigarette he was smoking was the drug that Mr. Lang gave him. Tianli was scared as if he had been stung by a scorpion. He quickly threw the cigarette on the ground and put it out with his foot. "I'm dead, I'm dead." Tianli waved his hand as he continued thinking about the whole thing. Why did he suddenly do something stupid? Why did he believe Mr. Lang's words? Why did he smoke his cigarette? Not only did he smoke it, but he didn't notice anything wrong with it. Tianli couldn't think of a reason no matter how much he thought about it. In the end, Tianli felt that he wanted House Lu to leave Lin Yi too much, and he wanted to find a way out for House Lu himself. That was indeed the case. If Tianli didn't have his own selfish desires, he would never work with Xiaochun on this cigarette business. It was his greed that allowed the hypnotist to take advantage of him. Businessmen were after profits, and it was understandable that Pingzhan got tricked. After all, Pingzhan Industries was a multifaceted group, and Pingzhan Industries was his own boss. Chu Pingzhan's greed was being exploited by the hypnotist. But Tianli couldn't get away with being tricked. House Lu's current business was fully supporting Lin Yi's Miracle Dr. Guan Medicine Company. This was also the foundation that Elder Zhenhu and Lu Jinghan had set for House Lu's future. But Tianli always felt that if they relied on Lin Yi, wouldn't House Lu be done for if Lin Yi died one day? And so, because of his selfishness, Tianli was successfully hypnotized by the hypnotist. Otherwise, if a person had no selfish motives, no matter how powerful the hypnotist was, he wouldn't fall for it if he had a strong will. Tianli held his head, troubled, but he didn't know what to do. Now that something like this happened to the company, how was he going to tell his family? The most important thing was, how was he going to face Lin Yi? Lin Yi. Would he kill him? Not only did he lose House Lu's company, but he also lost the distributor's money and the money he used to buy raw materials for Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. Without this money, Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company would fall into a cash flow crisis. Tianli knew the severity of the situation, but the more serious it was, the more he didn't dare to confess. Tianli picked up a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He was about to light it up when he suddenly remembered that it was drugs. But, even knowing that it was drugs, Tianli still couldn't pull himself away. His hands were shaking, and he wanted to throw the cigarette away, but he didn't know if it was because of the addiction or because he couldn't resist the temptation of the cigarette, but he still lit it up with trembling hands. Now I have to think of a way. It's fine if I smoke. It won't be too late to quit smoking after I think of a way. Tianli thought to himself, however, he couldn't think of any way at all. When the cigarette entered his mouth, it brought him an indescribable sense of comfort and relief. It made him temporarily forget about his troubles and this matter. Tianli felt like he was on cloud 9. At this moment, he felt that nothing else mattered except for the cigarette. Secretary Zhang took a long time this time. After all, investigating a company and investigating 2 phone numbers were 2 different things. But Secretary Zhang was still quite capable. After going through a few business associations, he still managed to find Mr. Lang's company. However, the company's information made Secretary Zhang frown. Of course, this wasn't something that Secretary Zhang could worry about. He went straight to Tianli's office after getting the information. Seeing the cigarette butts all over the floor, Secretary Zhang paused for a moment, but still said respectfully, "Mr. Lu, I've got the information. Please take a look. Put it over there." Tianli was smoking comfortably. He didn't care about anything else right now, and he wasn't in a rush to look at the information. Okay. Secretary Zhang didn't dare to say anything else. He put the information down and left. After a long time, Tianli finally woke up from his addiction. He remembered about the information and quickly picked it up. But when he flipped to the first page, he froze. President Lang's company was registered in Bermuda. There was no extra relevant information. What could be found were the advertisements and encyclopedia introductions about this company on the search engine. However, these things could not be used as any basis at all. These things could be changed by anyone. Tianli threw the information aside and sighed bitterly. Indeed, since the other party had decided to lie to him, they wouldn't let him find any evidence against them. There was no way they would leave any real information for him to investigate. Sigh. Tianli lowered his head helplessly, his hands grabbing at his hair. He didn't know how to face this. He could only pick up another cigarette and start smoking. 2 disciples of the Dark Palace picked up 2 herbs from the corpses and successfully exchanged them for a chi-gathering pill at the award ceremony. Although the time needed to make it wasn't certain, this was the only way for the palace master of the Dark Palace to break through to Sky Class. If the palace master still couldn't accept the inheritance at Sky Class, then they would have to find another inheritor. The pressure on the Dark Palace would be huge. The return of the 2 disciples was praised by the highest elder. You 2 did a good job. You were able to pass such a dangerous heavenly elixir sect trial. We will do our best for the Grand Elder. No matter how dangerous it is, we will try our best. The 2 disciples said flatteringly. But, we only got 2 herbs. That's a bit regretful. Why didn't you guys get more? The Grand Elder asked. We had a lot of elixirs to begin with, but who knew that this Lin Yi guy would come in and take all of it? The 2 disciples from the Dark Palace had been holding a grudge against Lin Yi since the beginning. If it weren't for Lin Yi, they would have gotten a lot of elixirs with Naipeo, much more than just these 2. But they never thought about what happened when they helped Naipeo scam Lin Yi's friends. Chapter 29:10. They told the Grand Elder about how despicable Lin Yi was, how hateful he was for stealing their elixirs, adding oil and vinegar to the story. On one hand, they wanted to push the blame away, and on the other hand, they wanted the Grand Elder to take revenge on Lin Yi, who made them lose face. Naipeo was the one who started it, but he was from the everyday sect, and they couldn't afford to piss him off. Naipeo took them in as followers and even gave them benefits, so they didn't hold a grudge. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was a freelancer, and he was the disciple of an ancient sect. How could they accept that? What? Lin Yi? The Grand Elder paused. Why did the name sound so familiar? Then, she suddenly thought of who this person was. Is it the wild man beside that little bitch? He's participating in the Sky Elixir test. Isn't he an Earth class? You 2 aren't his match. Ah. The 2 disciples paused. Why did it sound like the Grand Elder knew Lin Yi? And so, Disciple A asked carefully, Grand Elder, do you know that Lin Yi? You don't have to worry about this, I know. The Grand Elder waved her hand, signaling the 2 to leave. She, on the other hand, frowned. Everyone could see the anger in her heart. Mingyao's people were bullying the Dark Palace. Wasn't this a blatant provocation? Men! The Grand Elder took a deep breath and yelled. Grand Elder, what's the matter? The one on duty today was elderly, and he was outside the door. He heard the 2 disciples' conversation loud and clear, and he was quite happy. The Miss Bodyguard was this strong. How could an Earth stage cultivator get a place in the Heavenly Elixir sex trial? Why are you here? The Grand Elder frowned upon seeing Elderly. She knew that Elderly was on her side, and that he was very respectful and concerned about Mengyao. I'm on duty today, Grand Elder. Elderly said, neither servile nor overbearing. Forget it, you are what you are. The Grand Elder thought that Elderly was only helping Mengyao in the dark. Would he dare to go against his will on the surface? It was a good opportunity to disgust him. May I ask why Supreme Elder is looking for me? When Elderly saw the Grand Elder's expression, he knew it wasn't something good. He reckoned that the Grand Elder had come up with some vicious plan to punish Lin Yi. Now, send a notice to Lin Yi in the name of the Dark Palace. Tell him to return the 2 elixirs he stole from our disciples. If not, he'll bear the consequences. The great elder said. Ah! Elderly was stunned. He didn't expect that the Grand Supreme Elder would ask him to do this. How was he going to send out the notice? Elderly's expression was a little awkward. Grand Elder, this isn't too good, right? The Heavenly Elixir sect will be in charge of everything in the trial. We, the Palace of Darkness, can't do anything about it. If the Heavenly Elixir sect finds out, it'll be a huge taboo. Lin Yi is just a small freelancer, that bitch's dog. How could the Heavenly Elixir sect help him? Plus, can Lin Yi go to the heavens? What a joke. The Grand Elder said in disdain, he'll just suffer a loss, he won't dare say it out loud. But, didn't we give those 2 elixirs to the Heavenly Elixir sect? Where's Lin Yi going to get them back? Elderly smiled bitterly. Without those 2 elixirs, of course we'll have to get his elixirs back. Are we going to let him get away with it? The Grand Elder humphed coldly, he's just a small freelancer, he only dares to bully our disciples. Why wouldn't he dare to bully the Heavenly Elixir sect's disciples? What the hell? But, with me, a Sky-class late-phase peak, he'll wet his pants. This. Elderly was in a difficult position. Wasn't this clearly making things difficult for him? Everything that happened in the trial was up to the heavens. He'd never heard of anyone seeking revenge after the trial. It was fine if there was a life-and-death feud, but to ask for the 2 elixirs back after taking them, wasn't this bullying? Are you going to do it or not? If not, I'll let someone else do it. The Grand Elder saw that Elderly was hesitating and glared angrily. This. I'll do it, I'll arrange it right now. Elderly had no choice but to bite the bullet and leave the Grand Elder's room. Then, he sneaked to where Juan was cultivating. How strong was the Grand Elder? She knew all of Elderly's little tricks. She saw it too, but didn't stop him. It was better if Juan knew. This was the effect that the Grand Elder wanted. If you didn't break through to Sky class and accept the inheritance, then your family would be bullied. Without pressure, how could you have motivation? The Dark Palace's position was in a precarious position. If the inheritor didn't appear, then the entire future plan would be ruined. That place might do something inhumane in a fit of rage, and the Grand Elder was under a lot of pressure as well. Now that there was the matter with Lin Yi, she could use this as a pretext to pressure Lin Yi a little, making Juan understand that if she didn't train, then her daughter wouldn't have a position. Elderly told Juan about the order of the highest elder. Juan's face was a bit pale. This was the mature version of the eldest Mississippi. She felt very conflicted at the moment. After an inheritor broke through, the possibility of accepting the inheritance was almost zero. Even if they broke through to Sky class, it would be hard to understand the inheritance. Juan knew that the only way for her to reunite with Pengzhan and Mengyao was to accept the inheritance and become the inheritor. At that time, she would be the true palace master of the Dark Palace, and now, it was just a title. If she couldn't accept the inheritance, then everything would be over. So, this chi-gathering pill of the Dark Palace became the key to turning things around. If she succeeded, then everything would be fine, but if she failed, then it would be an eternal failure. The Grand Elder had no choice but to activate the Dark Phoenix Bloodline Guidance Stone to find another inheritor of the Dark Phoenix Bloodline to accept the inheritance. Chapter 29:11. I understand. Elderly, please do as the Grand Elder says. Juan sighed. This wasn't something she could decide. Her decision to run away from the wedding all those years ago seemed childish and funny, but she didn't regret it. It was her choice. Pengzhan was the love of her life. It was just that he and her daughter had suffered a lot. After all these years, he had become a very successful person in the common world, but in the ancient world, he was nothing in the eyes of the Grand Elder. Yes, Palace Master. Elderly sighed and said, if we do this, the people around Little Miss will definitely be baffled. Sigh. Her pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. She couldn't change the reality in front of her. Luckily, she only wanted Lin Yi to hand over the medicine and elixirs. She didn't cause any more trouble for him, so she was a little relieved. Ancient House Feng Tianhu didn't expect Feng Shipian to come back alive. But, he was happy that Feng Shipian brought back the Great Huan Pill. Nidian could be saved. So, even if Feng Shipian wasn't dead, Feng Tianhu was still smiling. Shipian, you've worked hard. You're indeed the first heir of the ancient House Feng, passing such a difficult test. Not bad, not bad. Feng Shipian didn't look like a schemer, but he was actually very smart. There were some things that he didn't want to think too much about, and he didn't want to fight. Looking at his uncle's smile, Feng Shipian smiled and nodded. It's all thanks to the help of a benefactor. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to pass the test. Benefactor. Feng Tianlin came out at this time. He paused after hearing Feng Shipian's words. What benefactor? Father, I recognized a boss in the test. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have passed the test so smoothly. Feng Shipian decided to tell his father about this. It was a blessing, not a curse, and if it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. He had to say it sooner or later. What? Feng Tianlin heard Feng Shipian's words and frowned. Feng Shipian was his son, the future heir of the ancient House Feng. How could he call someone else boss? Wouldn't the ancient House Feng become someone else's lackey? Feng Shipian, what is the meaning of this? You are a member of the ancient Feng clan. How can you just casually acknowledge someone as your boss? Don't you know that by doing this, you're giving up the right to be the heir? Feng Tianhu didn't wait for Feng Tianlin to say anything else. He knew that Feng Shipian had brought back the Great Recover Pill, and that meant that Feng Nidian could be saved. He also had the intention to push Feng Nidian up again. Even if he couldn't, he still had a trump card. The most important thing now was to remove Feng Shipian's position as the heir. Therefore, as soon as he opened his mouth, he determined Feng Shipian's behavior. It seemed like he was blaming Feng Shipian for failing to live up to his expectations, but in reality, he was saying that Feng Shipian's behavior was no longer suitable for him to become the successor of the young patriarch. How could the successor of the young patriarch acknowledge someone else as his boss? If Feng Shipian became the young patriarch, wouldn't the ancient Feng family become someone else's lackey? Therefore, his words basically cut off Feng Shipian's path of retreat. Elder Feng was a shrewd man. How could he not know what Feng Tianhu meant? However, Feng Tianhu was right. If Feng Shipian acknowledged someone else as his boss, then he naturally wouldn't have the right to be the young patriarch anymore. Oh poem, what you've done is indeed inappropriate. Elder Feng narrowed his eyes and said faintly, you are the successor of the young patriarch. Your every word and action represents the ancient Feng clan. Grandpa, the situation at that time didn't allow me to do otherwise. If I didn't acknowledge that person as my boss, then I wouldn't even be able to come back safely, let alone get the Great Recover Pill. Feng Shipian sighed. He knew that this would happen when he returned home, but he had no choice. Our ancient Feng family's reputation is the most important. Feng Tianhu said, disappointed that he had failed to meet his expectations. Shipian, the boss you acknowledged, which sect is he from? Feng Tianlin tried his best to change the topic. He wanted to know the identity of Feng Shipian's boss. If this boss was a direct disciple of a big sect or even the young patriarch, then it would make sense. The ancient Feng clan wasn't a top-notch existence in the ancient world, but a low-level existence. If they really acknowledged such a boss, it would still be beneficial for the ancient Feng clan. Feng Tianhu frowned. Of course, he knew what Feng Tianlin meant, but he couldn't stop Feng Shipian from saying it. He is called Lin Yi, he's a wandering cultivator. Although Feng Shipian knew that if he said Lin Yi's identity, it would only make Feng Tianhu use it as an excuse to attack him, he didn't want to lie. Lin Yi's identity as a wandering cultivator was something that could be investigated. There was no way to hide it. What? Wandering cultivator. Before Feng Tianhu could speak, Feng Tianlin exclaimed in shock, Shipian, what are you thinking? How can you acknowledge a wandering cultivator as your boss? Do you know how much of a negative impact this will have on the ancient Feng clan? Alright, second brother, let's not talk about Shipian anymore. He's young and it's his first time going out to train. He doesn't know any better, let's not talk about him. Feng Tianhu waved his hand and pretended to be a good person, what's done can't be undone. The only way is to announce to the public that Feng Shipian is not the first in line to be the young patriarch. That way, there won't be any problems. Feng Tianlin's face was very ugly. He was very annoyed by Feng Shipian's reckless behavior. But after all, Feng Shipian was his son, and his personality was somewhat similar to Feng Shipian's. They were both kind people. At this time, he didn't know what to say. He could only say with hatred, Shipian, look at what you've done. Father, I don't think I've done anything wrong. If this matter affects the ancient Feng clan's reputation, I'm willing to take all the responsibility. Feng Shipian said stubbornly, at that time, I wanted to pass the trial and get the spiritual medicine to exchange for the recover pill for my brother. I had to do this. Moreover, it wasn't just me. Li Siba, a disciple of the Holy Fist Palace, also acknowledged Lin Yi as his boss. Then, Feng Tianhu just wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Old Master Feng. Chapter 29:12. Yes. There is also Guxian, a rogue cultivator from the ancient times, who also recognized Lin Yi as his boss. We also successfully completed the trial of the Heavenly Elixir sect because of the protection of boss Lin Yi. Feng Shipian nodded and said, Tut. Old Master Feng smacked his lips in surprise and fell into deep thought. The disciples of the Holy Fist Palace also recognized Lin Yi as their boss. Old Master Feng was very clear about what kind of sect the Holy Fist Palace was. The Holy Fist Palace was a model of external cultivation among the ancient sections. It was very powerful. Although it had been a little low-key in recent years, no one could deny the transcendent status of the Holy Fist Palace. Although the disciples of the Holy Fist Palace who participated in the trial of the Heavenly Elixir sect this time might not be the direct disciples, they must be the core disciples. The core disciples of the Holy Fist Palace were certainly not fools. This Lin Yi must be extraordinary. Moreover, Old Master Feng had also heard of the name of Guxian. Guxian was also a character in the ancient times. He was well informed, but he did not join any ancient sections. Such a character could recognize others as his boss. There must be something wrong with this. Feng Shipian, no matter what, this time you have done something that will damage the reputation of the family. During this period of time, you will go to the reflection room and reflect on your mistakes. Don't participate in the other affairs of the family. Old Master Feng finally spoke, and he made the final decision. You participated in the trial this time and got the recover pill. Your merits and demerits offset each other. I will not punish you for anything else. Yes, thank you, Grandpa. Feng Shipian did not expect things to be resolved so easily. In fact, reflecting on his mistakes was similar to cultivation. Otherwise, Feng Shipian often cultivated in seclusion. This punishment was basically equivalent to no punishment for cultivators. Originally, Feng Shipian thought that he would definitely be removed from the title of the first successor of the young master. But now it seemed that Grandpa did not think so. Feng Tianhu's face changed. He did not expect that Old Master Feng would settle the matter with just one sentence, but he had no choice and did not dare to say anything more. And, Tianhu, take the recover pill and give it to Heaven Defying. He is also the disciple with the most potential in our ancient Feng family. It would be great if he could recover. Old Master Feng didn't show any favoritism. He directly hinted to Feng Tianhu that if his son recovered, he would also have a chance to compete. Yes. Thank you, father. Tianhu was overjoyed. He didn't think that this pill would really fall into Nitian's hands. One had to know that he had hoped for it before, but he wasn't sure if he would give it to Nitian. After all, to the ancient house Feng Nitian was just a vegetable, useless. According to some of the cold-blooded noble houses, people like him would be abandoned. Even if they got the great recover pill back, they would keep it in their house for emergencies. They wouldn't give it to anyone easily. The hidden Zhao family was a living example. Old Master Zhao's actions were very cold-blooded and heartless. You can all leave now, do your own things. Old Master Feng finished and turned to leave. The current atmosphere of the ancient house Feng was not good, but Old Master Feng had no choice. Feng Shipian was too weak. If the ancient house Feng was strong, then there would be no problem. No one would be able to do anything to the ancient house Feng, but now the ancient house Feng was just a weak family. If Feng Shipian didn't have any means, then the ancient house Feng would be bullied to death in the future. However, Old Master Feng couldn't think of a good solution. Feng Tianlin and Feng Shipian had similar personalities, and Feng Tianhu and Feng Nitian had similar personalities, but these two personalities were extreme, and neither was suitable to be the head of the house. However, for now, they could only take one step at a time. Old Master Feng could only hope that one of them could change. Holy Fist Palace. Li Siba's return could be said to be an accident for the Holy Fist Palace. On the way, Li Siba and a fellow disciple met Zhang Naipeo. After being killed by Zhang Naipeo, Li Siba went to the Heavenly Elixir sect to participate in the trial. At that time, the disciple who was responsible for collecting the body of the Holy Fist Palace persuaded Li Siba to quit, but Li Siba still went to the Heavenly Elixir sect firmly. Some people thought that he was stubborn, but others thought that he was being impulsive. He and Zhang Naipeo had already become enemies. When he went to the Heavenly Elixir sect for the trial, it was hard to guarantee that Zhang Naipeo would not be resentful and attack Li Siba again, leaving him in the trial. Therefore, when Li Siba returned, the people of the sect were very surprised, especially his master, the unparalleled Fist Master. The Holy Fist Palace and the Everyday sect had always been enemies. The unparalleled Fist Master was currently the head of the Holy Fist Palace. Although Li Siba was not his last disciple, he was also one of the disciples he was more optimistic about. Previously, he heard that the disciple of the great elder of the Holy Fist Palace was killed, but his disciple still went to the trial. He was very worried. Although Li Siba's spirit was commendable, it was a bit impulsive to go knowing that it was extremely dangerous. Siba, did you pass the trial? The unparalleled Fist Master asked in surprise. Yes, Master. I've passed the trial and successfully exchanged for a great recover pill. After saying that, Li Siba carefully took out the recover pill from his pocket and presented it to the unparalleled Fist Master. Ah! The unparalleled Fist Master was really shocked this time. He was very surprised that Li Siba could come back alive, but he actually brought back a third-grade recover pill. It was a bit unbelievable. During the trial, did Zhang Naipeo make things difficult for you? The unparalleled Fist Master hated Zhang Naipeo's guts, not only because he killed a core disciple of the Holy Fist Palace, but also because he was a disciple of the Everyday sect. The Holy Fist Palace hated the disciples of the Everyday sect the most. Yes, but your disciple found a boss in the test, and under his protection, not only did I break Naipeo's spirit and avenge my fellow disciples, but he also helped me pass the test and get the third-level Great Recovery Pill. Li Siba said truthfully. Oh. You recognized a boss. And broke Zhang Naipeo's spirit. What happened? The unparalleled Fist Master was a little annoyed that Lysiba recognized a boss. The disciples of the Holy Fist Palace were all outstanding existences, how could they casually recognize a boss? However, when he heard that Zhang Naipeo's spirit was broken, he became interested. Seeing the disciples of the everyday sect in bad luck, the unparalleled Fist Master was the happiest. Chapter 29:13. This was not a secret, and everyone who participated in the trial knew about it, so Lysiba didn't need to keep it a secret. What? This Lin Yi is just a casual practitioner, how can he be so powerful? Mo Ba and Mo Jiao are both dead. Zhang Naipeo wouldn't dare to do anything to him. And he actually defeated Zhang Naipeo. Peerless Fist Master's eyes widened in disbelief. He was wondering who this Lin Yi was, how could he be so powerful that even the everyday sect didn't dare to do anything to him? Especially since this was not the first time Lin Yi had defeated Zhang Naipeo. In the Ice Palace trial, Zhang Naipeo had already suffered a loss. And Lin Yi was still alive and well. This was the most unbelievable thing to Peerless Fist Master. Yes. Lysiba nodded. In fact, I was also very curious before, but after interacting with Boss Lin Yi for a long time, I realized that the strength of a practitioner is actually not related to the level. Boss Lin Yi is an Earth-class master, but he can kill a middle-stage Heaven-class master in seconds. Lin Yi. I've never heard of him before. The unparalleled fighter tried his best to remember this name, but realized that he didn't have this name in his memories. This person had appeared out of nowhere. Of course, the Holy Fist Palace had never paid attention to Lin Yi before, so it was normal that they had never heard of Lin Yi's name. In fact, I also suspected his background. Lysiba smiled bitterly and said, but I heard from his other follower that there are hidden families and ordinary families among Boss Lin Yi's followers. This shows that Boss Lin Yi should be walking on the road of the strong step by step. At least, there are only 3 followers at the ancient level, me, Feng Shipian and Gu Xian. There was no one before. You have a good analysis. Peerless Fist Master nodded and said in agreement, so, this Lin Yi is even more extraordinary. He has no background, how can he walk on the road of the strong step by step? Why don't I believe it? Lysiba hesitated for a moment and said, but, it seems like that's the case, from the looks of it, some things can't be judged on the surface. What do you think, Pugilist Wu? The unparalleled Fist turned his head and looked at the great elder of the sect, the unparalleled Fist. He was also a peak late-stage physical expert, but he was a bit weaker than the unparalleled Fist. The unparalleled Fist had already reached perfection and was only a step away from the heaven rank. Sect leader, I don't think so. This Lin Yi is either a cultivation genius that only appears once in 10,000 years, or he has an extremely powerful background that none of us know about. Otherwise, this doesn't make sense at all. Lawless Fish said after some thought. An extremely powerful background that no one knows about. Can't other people find out? How could the everyday sect not know? The matchless Fist Master frowned. The everyday sect. I don't know if they know or not, but since they're afraid of Lin Yi, they should know something, right? The unparalleled Fish said after some thought. No. Logically speaking, this Lin Yi was already very strong in the Ice Palace's test. If he had a background, then Zhang Naipeo wouldn't be targeting him in the Sky Elixir Sect's test, trying to kill him. The unparalleled Fish said with a wave of his hand, if Lin Yi really had a powerful background, would Zhang Naipeo still dare to do that? But, sect leader, even if the everyday sect doesn't know about it, it doesn't mean that Lin Yi doesn't have a powerful background. Could it be that you've forgotten about the 2 heavenly masters who swept through the ancient sects 10 years ago? Wasn't the invincible sect master taken away by them back then? The lawless Fish shook his head again. Those 2 people appeared out of thin air, and then disappeared. Before that, who knew about their existence? Logically speaking, they are all the physical cultivators, and they are even beyond the extreme of our knowledge. But our Holy Fist Palace didn't know that there were two such powerful physical masters. That's true. The unparalleled Fist Master hesitated and fell into deep thought. After a while, he turned to Siba and said, "Siba, you did a good job this time. Don't break the relationship between you and Lin Yi. Keep in touch with him, but you have to remember that you represent yourself, not our Holy Fist Palace. Before you know that person's real background, or that person hasn't shown enough strength to look down on the ancient level, you can't use the name of Holy Fist Palace to associate with him." "Yes, Master, I understand." Siba was overjoyed. Although he had thought that the matter of him recognizing Lin Yi as his boss would not be opposed by the people in the sect, he did not expect that it would be so smooth, and that the unparalleled Fist Master would agree so much. Of course, Siba would not think much about the addition of the unparalleled Fist Master. After all, the Holy Fist Palace was the top existence among the ancient sections. If they recognized a rogue cultivator as their boss in the name of the sect, the impact would be too great. And the Holy Fist Palace had given Siba the maximum freedom to associate with Lin Yi in his own name. It's a pity that your junior brother was killed by Zhang Naipeo, but Mo Ba and Mo Jiu are finished. They have been avenged. The unparalleled Fist Master sighed and said, "Also, you can keep this recover pill for yourself. It's what you deserve. You don't have to hand it over to the sect." How can I do that?" Siba was stunned and a little overwhelmed. "Also, you can come to my place to practice tomorrow. From now on, you will be one of my last disciples, and you will be treated the same as the other last disciples." The unparalleled Fist Master was a man who knew how to adapt to circumstances. He also saw that Lin Yi was unusual, so he began to prepare to train Siba. "Thank you, Master." Siba was surprised and happy, and quickly knelt on the ground. He never dreamed that after recognizing Lin Yi as his boss, it would bring him so many great benefits. And the unparalleled Fist Master did not oppose it. Instead, he was very supportive of the unparalleled Fist Master's decision. He smiled and said, "When you have time to see Lin Yi, thank him for avenging my disciple. I can't come forward to take revenge. If it was any other time, I could only pinch my nose and accept it. But this time, I can vent my anger." "Yes, Grand Elder, your disciple will convey your message." Siba quickly replied. Chapter 29:14. "Chunyang, what happened to Pao? How come he's like this? Didn't he successfully pass the trial and obtain a marrow and bone cleansing pill for me? Isn't that a good thing?" Pinliang looked at Chunyang curiously. "Do you know why?" "I'm not sure, I'll go ask later and report to you, Master." "What do you think?" Chunyang shook his head. "All right." Pinliang nodded. Part of the soul in his body belonged to the Mad Dragon Master, but his care for Naipeo came from the bottom of his heart. He'd always treated Naipeo as his right-hand man. Chunyang knew this as well. He knew that Naipeo had an unusual position in the sect, and so he didn't dare tarry. He went straight to Naipeo's training area. "Naipeo!" Chunyang walked into Naipeo's room, and Naipeo was still sitting there, dumbfounded. He didn't even notice Chunyang's arrival. Logically speaking, Naipeo was a sky class, and his senses were quite strong. Not noticing Chunyang's arrival could only mean that his mind was elsewhere. It's Master." Naipeo came back to his senses after being called. He raised his head and looked at Chunyang. "Master, why are you looking for your disciple?" "Naipeo, did something happen in the test this time?" Pure Yang looked at Naipeo and asked. "Master." Naipeo hesitated, but decided to speak the truth. "Yes, Master, this test was a huge blow to your disciple." "Oh." What happened? You clearly passed the trial and even obtained the trial spirit medicine to exchange for the marrow and bone washing pill for Master Wild Dragon. These are all good things. Why did you suffer such a huge blow? Heavenly Venerable Pure Yang was baffled when he heard that. He did not understand what was going on. Master, don't praise your disciple. If it weren't for Lin Yi, I'd be dead by now. You can't see your disciple right now, I'm already in the 5 Evils Barrens. Napeo smiled bitterly. What do you mean? You're saying Lin Yi saved you. Chunyang was a little surprised, weren't Lin Yi and Naipeo enemies? How was Lin Yi able to save Naipeo? What the hell was going on? Did the two make up? That shouldn't be. That's right. But your disciple almost died because of Lin Yi as well. You could say that Lin Yi's success and Lin Yi's failure. Naipeo nodded. What do you mean now? Lin Yi defeated you and even saved you. Pure Yang Empyrean found it increasingly inconceivable. Master, it's actually like this. Naipeo told him everything that had happened in the 5 Fiends Barrens to the Pure Yang Master in detail, including the part where Lin Yi killed his right-hand man. It was only now that Chunyang realized that Mo Ba was killed by Lin Yi, and Mo Jiao was beaten into a vegetative state by Lin Yi. These two weren't attacked by spirit beasts in the 5 Evils Barrens, the culprit was actually Lin Yi. But, Chunyang was shocked. Lin Yi was an Earth-class late phase, and he was able to kill Mo Ba and Mo Jiao, 2 Sky-class mid-phase masters? And with an instant kill. That was fine, but Naipeo's Dark Demon Fist, and Lin Yi was able to come up with a Hellfire Fist. What the hell was this? How did it come out? Naipeo was the disciple of the Chrysanthemum Arts, Master Chiyu, and he couldn't even beat a random practitioner like Lin Yi. This didn't make sense, did it? But the truth was right there in front of him, and the soulless look on Naipeo's face didn't look like he was lying. The only explanation was that Lin Yi was too strong, and no one else was a match for him. Lin Yi. He's already this strong. Chunyang frowned, not relaxing for a long time. So, if our everyday sect wants to touch him, we'll need a master of my level. Not really, if it weren't for Lin Yi's mid-tier golden cicada underwear, he wouldn't have been able to hurt me so easily. Naipeo smiled bitterly. Anyway, it's a freak accident. Chunyang patted Naipeo's shoulder and stood up. These things are the demons in your heart. Your training is stuck on this, and once you break through it, you'll be able to move forward. What do you mean? Naipeo paused. Chunyang shook his head and didn't say anything else. He turned and left his room. Naipeo fell into deep thought in his room. Chunyang, on the other hand, went straight to Pinliang's place. Master Mad Dragon, I've understood Zhang Naipeo's journey in the test. This is what happened. Heavenly Venerate Pure Yang told Zhong Pinliang everything he knew. Oh. So, the Pao suffered a blow in the test, and couldn't get back up. Zhong Pinliang frowned after hearing Pure Yang's words. How did Lin Yi become so powerful? That's right, Naipeo did suffer a blow. However, this is actually a good thing. Heavenly Venerate Pure Yang said. Good thing? What do you mean? Pinliang paused, and then a look of understanding appeared on his face. The second stage of the Chrysanthemum Arts, full mastery. Before breaking through to the third stage, one has to experience the demons in their heart. Without that, one won't be able to break through. That's right, it seems like Master has thought of it too. Chunyang nodded. Pinliang had the memories of the Mad Dragon Master, but because of the short period of time, he still couldn't fully integrate it. Sometimes, there would be pauses. It seems like Lin Yi did us a big favor again. Pinliang smiled. But, if Pao can't successfully walk out of the demons in his heart and pull himself together, won't he be stuck in this situation for the rest of his life? Master, there's no other way. You know that to practice the chrysanthemum arts, one has to go through this. Chunyang shrugged helplessly. If the chrysanthemum arts were so easy to practice, would our everyday sect be suppressed by the 5-element sect? That's true. I hope Pao can successfully break through. Pin Liang nodded. Hakanamata Mountains, Fiery Mountain Sect. Chapter 29:15. Old head, you have to help me think of a way. Yang Shuaisian is my most outstanding grandson, which is equivalent to your grandnephew. He died just like that, and he died so miserably. Yang Dingtian said in a sorrowful tone. Ahem. Dingtian, I understand how you feel, but life and death in a trial is determined by fate. Yang Shuaisian went to participate in the trial and didn't come back. It can only be said that he was unlucky, and we can't do anything about it. Dingtian, I'm sorry for your loss. Bazooka comforted helplessly. Old head, you don't know this, but I just got the news. Our Shuaisian wasn't killed by a spirit beast in the trial, but by Zhang Naipeo of the Everyday sect. Yang Dingtian said sadly. What? Zhang Naipeo of the Everyday sect killed him. Bazooka's face changed. If Yang Shuaisian had died a violent death, then Fire Mountain could only blame it on their bad luck. But being killed by someone else was a different story. This wasn't just a matter of hatred, it was also a matter of face for Fire Mountain. Are you sure? Yes. Old head. Yang Dingtian nodded. That grandson of mine found a relatively safe place in the Sky Elixir sex test, and he was just about to rest in there when Zhang Naipeo, a disciple of the Everyday sect, who was also resting there, suddenly attacked him. Not only did he not allow my grandson to rest, he even tried to steal his medicine, and when my grandson didn't give it to him, he attacked and killed my grandson. Although Yang Dingtian was exaggerating, the truth wasn't far from the truth. This Zhang Naipeo is too arrogant. Bazooka said in a low voice. Does he think that our Fire Mountain is easy to bully? Old head, this isn't a problem of being easy to bully. The Everyday sect is not someone we can mess with. Yang Dingtian said with red eyes. If he could mess with them, he wouldn't need to ask the fire leader for help. He would have gone to the Everyday sect himself for revenge. Where did you get this news from? Is it accurate? Bazooka also had a bit of a headache. Indeed, the Everyday sect was the same as the 5-element sect, a sect that came down from the immemorial level. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although these two sects were no longer Taiga sects, they were still stronger than other ancient sects, right? This is the information that young Master Burning Cloud found out. It shouldn't be fake. Yang Dingtian said. Oh. Did Fire Cloud find out about it? Rocket Launcher was stunned for a moment before he said, ask Burning Cloud to come here immediately and tell me everything in detail. Yes. Yang Dingtian responded and walked to the door. He gave a few instructions to a disciple on duty, and the disciple quickly left. Not long after, a dark-skinned young man walked into the room respectfully. His eyes were red, as if he had just been crying. Hua Xiaoyun greets grandfather and great elder. Burning Cloud, what's going on? Rocket Launcher asked. Grandfather, Shuaisian Bro was indeed killed by Zhang Naipeo from the Everyday sect. Yang Shuaisian and Hua Xiaoyun grew up together, trained together, and the sect had purposely raised Yang Shuaisian to be Hua Xiaoyun's right-hand man, to take over the position of Great Elder. Hence, the two of them were very close. They weren't blood brothers, but they were closer than blood brothers. Now that the news of Yang Shuaisian's death came, Hua Xiaoyun was extremely sad and hated Zhang Naipeo to the bone. This time, Hua Xiaoyun's story was more detailed, and there were some differences from what Yang Dingtian said. Although Yang Shuaizhen was a bit arrogant, it was Zhang Naipao who provoked him first, and Hua Xiaoyun didn't side with Yang Shuaizhen. He was only telling the truth. It seems like we are also to blame. Yang Shuaizhen was too impulsive. Rocket Launcher couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Old master, who hasn't been impulsive in their youth? Back then, when you and I were young, didn't we also think that we were number one in the world? Yang Dingtian said sadly. That's true, sigh. But, if this Zhang Naipao was a disciple of another ancient sect, then we could still question him, but this everyday sect. Although Rocket Launcher didn't continue, what he meant was that they couldn't afford to mess with them. Yang Dingtian was silent as well. Indeed, the everyday sect wasn't something they could mess with. If the two sects were to really clash, the one who would suffer in the end would be Fiery Mountain. Grandpa, Grand Elder, I have an idea. Hua Xiaoyun saw that the two were silent, and hesitated. Oh. What idea? Rocket Launcher raised his head and looked at Hua Xiaoyun. The everyday sect and Zhang Naipao are domineering, but it's not like no one can stop them. Hua Xiaoyun had wanted to say this a long time ago, but saying it out would weaken Fiery Mountain's momentum. What do you mean? You mean the Five Elements sect? Rocket Launcher paused. Of course not. It's impossible for the people of the Five Elements sect to form an alliance with our Fiery Mountain sect. We're just a pawn in their plan. Although we're just using each other, they're high and mighty existences, so how could they care about our matters? Hua Xiaoyun shook his head. Plus, the everyday sect is also an important part of that plan. Then you mean? Rocket Launcher looked at Hua Xiaoyun curiously. In this trial, there was a wandering practitioner named Lin Yi. Hua Xiaoyun changed the topic and told Rocket Launcher and Yang Dingtian about Lin Yi's actions in the trial. After that, Rocket Launcher and Yang Dingtian fell into shock. After a while, Rocket Launcher said, You mean, Lin Yi killed Mo Ba and Mo Jiu, and nothing happened? Not only did Zhang Naipao not do anything to him, but the everyday sect didn't do anything to him either. That's right. Of course, that's not all. After I noticed this Lin Yi wandering practitioner, I did some research and found out some other things. Hua Xiaoyun continued, in the Ice Palace trial, Lin Yi crippled Zhang Naipao, but the everyday sect didn't do anything to him, so, there must be something wrong with this Lin Yi. Bazooka's face showed a pondering look. You mean, we can work with Lin Yi and ask for his help to teach the everyday sect a lesson, Hua Xiaoyun said. Chapter 29:16. Plus, Lin Yi didn't kill Naipao this time, so it was obvious that he didn't want to kill Naipao. Otherwise, why would he walk out of the Five Fiends wildlands with the crazed Naipao, and the Naipao who was fine after that? Because Lin Yi is the boss of my sworn brother. Hua Mingyun said. Your sworn brother? You mean? Tu Ba Wang. Rocket Launcher heard Hua Mingyun's words and immediately knew who his sworn brother was, but he was surprised. Lin Yi is Tu Ba Wang's boss. What happened? Tu Ba Wang also participated in the Sky Elixir sex trial this time, but before he could enter the Five Evils wildlands, he was attacked by Naipao and became a vegetable. As he spoke, Hua Mingyun told Rocket Launcher and Yang Dingtian about Tu Ba Wang's experience in the Sky Elixir sect. Fiery Mountain and Yellow Earth High sect were both in the west, and the two sects had a good relationship. Hua Mingyun and Tu Ba Wang were sworn brothers, and the reason why Hua Mingyun had so much information about the trial was also because of Tu Ba Wang. Although Tu Ba Wang didn't participate in the trial, he had already found out about everything that happened in the inn after the trial. Tu Ba Wang didn't say much about how strong Lin Yi was, but what he could say was enough to prove how strong Lin Yi was. From Hua Mingyun's point of view, Tu Ba Wang wouldn't lie to him, and Tu Ba Wang was a very proud person, similar to Yang Shuaizhen. If Lin Yi wasn't strong, why would he call Lin Yi his boss? This way, Fiery Mountain's revenge plan would fall on Lin Yi. Young master, as you said, if Lin Yi is really so strong, then our Fiery Mountain should indeed have a good relationship with him. I know Tu Ba Wang's personality. If Lin Yi wasn't capable, he wouldn't have submitted. Yang Dingtian said. That's true. But, even if we have a relationship with a local tyrant, why would we ask Lin Yi for help? Can Lin Yi help us? Rocket Launcher shook his head. According to Burning Cloud, this Lin Yi is a master. It was very difficult for a local tyrant to recognize him as his boss. In the end, because of his relationship with Ran Ran, Lin Yi reluctantly agreed. If we suddenly appear to look for him, will he even care about us? This, sigh. Fuming Cloud also felt that Lin Yi was difficult to approach. If he were to look for Lin Yi rashly, Lin Yi might just ignore him. He immediately felt a little discouraged. Young head, Shui Zhen is your loyal subordinate. You can't let him die in vain. When Yang Dingtian saw that Hua Hongyun was discouraged, he immediately became anxious. If Yang Shuizhen died, he wouldn't be able to take it lying down. Dingtian, don't worry. Even without Shuizhen, this Lin Yi is so powerful that even the Yellow Earth High Sex Tu Ba Wang recognized him as his boss. Our Fiery Mountain naturally won't be outdone. Rocket Launcher said. But, this matter needs to be considered. We want to rope in Lin Yi, but it's not as simple as that. We have to pay attention to some methods, right? Although Fiery Mountain and Yellow Earth High Sect had a good relationship, and Fuming Cloud and Tu Ba Wang were good brothers, the more it was like this, the more the two sects would compete with each other. It was like how people usually like to compare themselves with the people around them, but not many people would compare themselves with strangers who were far away from them. Yeah, Grand Elder, regarding Yang Shuizhen's matter, I will definitely go to the Everyday and Everyday sect to demand an explanation. Fuming Cloud nodded. Yang Dingtian didn't really want Zhang Naipeo to pay with his life, but mainly because he couldn't stand the arrogance of the Everyday and Everyday sect. It wasn't the first time that the Everyday and Everyday sect had bullied other ancient sects. Yang Dingtian didn't only have one grandchild. He had two, and with one dead, there was still one left. It was just that this one wasn't as strong as the other, so Yang Dingtian felt that Yang Shuizhen's death was a very unfortunate thing. Lin Yi sent Qikuan to the door of the hidden house, but he didn't go in. Qikuan's face was very conflicted. He had come back to the place he grew up in, but he didn't feel any sense of belonging at all. Boss, I really don't want to go back to this house. I don't even know how I'll face them when I go back. Qikuan sighed as he got off the car unwillingly. I don't know why your grandpa is so stubborn. If I were him, I'd let you be the head of the house. There's no one more suitable than you. Lin Yi shook his head. He really couldn't understand the situation of the Zhaos. Even if Qibing had gotten a Qi gathering pill and gave it to old Zhao, allowing him to become a sky class, Qikuan had also gotten a Dan back this time. Whatever, no matter what, I have to go back. Where else would I go? Qikuan shook his head and walked towards the door. Qikuan's return didn't cause much of a commotion. In fact, no one even bothered with him. Qikuan just walked into the house and back to his room. On the way, he didn't meet anyone from the Zhaos. The servants and disciples all ignored him as well, as if he didn't exist. He shook his head with a bitter smile. He had expected this, so he wasn't angry at all. He stopped a disciple at the door and asked, "Where are these people? Where's my grandpa?" Young Master Tan, the head of the Zhao family, and Master Bing are both out, and the head of the house is busy as well. There's no one in the house right now, so we don't know how to deal with you when you're back, young Master Tan. Please don't make it hard for us. The disciple said worriedly. Qikuan paused, realizing that there was no one in charge in the house anymore. But it wasn't the fault of the servants. He had been under house arrest all this time, and the disciples knew that. They didn't know how to treat him. If they treated him warmly, and if old Xiao didn't like it when he came back, they'd be the ones in trouble. If they locked him up like before, what if old Xiao didn't want to be locked up anymore? Then they'd be the ones in trouble, and so they might as well just ignore Qikuan. That way, nothing would go wrong. Chapter 29:17. Thank you, Master Tan. The disciple thanked him profusely and left, leaving Qikuan pacing back and forth in the room, waiting for old Xiao and the others to come back. The reason why old Xiao wasn't home was because he had an appointment with a few important people today, and he was having a secret meeting in House Yu's meeting room. Ever since Qikuan was taken away by Lin Yi, old Xiao had been restless. If Lin Yi dared to kill him, then he could only watch. With such a dangerous hidden danger, old Master Xiao definitely couldn't let him wander around in front of his eyes. When the news of Qikuan passing the test came back, old Xiao felt like it was the end of the world. Qikuan was home, and with Lin Yi behind him, what was he going to do? If Lin Yi wanted Qikuan to be the head of the house, forcing him to step down, forcing Qibing to give up, what was he going to do? And so, Elder Xiao finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He sent invitations to the hidden houses and sects that had a grudge against Lin Yi, to discuss how to get rid of Lin Yi. Old Xiao invited the Hidden House Yu, Qianshan sect, Jinzhong sect, and the Fire Wolves. These were all houses and sects that hated Lin Yi, but the Hidden House Yu didn't come. Old Xiao knew that the Hidden House Yu wouldn't come, but he didn't think much of it. He just thought that House Yu and House Xiao were at odds because of Qibing and Yuning, so they didn't want to participate in the secret meeting. In fact, when old Yu saw the words fight Lin Yi together, on the invitation, he threw it away. He didn't want to inform Lin Yi, but he had no interest in participating. Unknowingly, Elder Yu had already started to adjust the Hidden House Yu's future plans, especially after Yuning's incident. Elder Yu's attitude towards Lin Yi had changed a little. Of course, old Xiao didn't know about this. In the meeting room, other than old Xiao, there was old Yu of the Hidden House Yu, Qianshan Sect's Master Wu, Jinzhong Sect's Master Jin, and Firewolves and Mingyue. The reason why the meeting was held at House Yu was because the last Hidden House meeting was held at House Xiao, so this time it was a different place. Qianshan Sect and Jinzhong Sect were both in the mountains, and it wasn't easy to get in. And in Mingyue of the Fire Wolves was only the person in charge of Donghai City, and she didn't have a headquarters. So, the Hidden House was the best place for the meeting. Both the Qianshan Sect and the Golden Clock Sect hated Lin Yi to the bone, and they couldn't wait to kill Lin Yi for revenge. Whether it was the Wu Sect's master or the Jin Sect's master, all of their important figures had died in Lin Yi's hands, especially the Qianshan Sect's spirit beast. The Fire Wolves, on the other hand, wanted to kill Lin Yi, so Mingyue came here without hesitation. As for the Hidden House Yu, they wanted Zhang Liju's notes. If Lin Yi died, then Han Jingjing would be easy to deal with. As long as Right Coiling Tiger could get Han Jingjing, everything would be solved. The problem was that if Lin Yi didn't die, Han Jingjing wouldn't accept Right Coiling Tiger. So, these people could be said to be working together. Old Xiao, you're the one who started the meeting to kill Lin Yi. Tell us, do you have a way to deal with Lin Yi? Master Wu asked impatiently. If he had the strength, he would have killed Lin Yi a long time ago. If I had a way, I wouldn't have gathered everyone here. Elder Xiao sighed with a bitter smile. The main reason I'm here is to get everyone to brainstorm and see if there's any way we can get rid of Lin Yi. As everyone knows, Lin Yi's strength is getting stronger and stronger. If we don't do it now, then we won't have another chance in the future. Back then, during the Hidden House Summit, it was a golden opportunity, but we missed it. Old Xiao, if you didn't fight with House Yu's old Yu, our plan would have succeeded. We can't blame anyone else for this. Old Yu interrupted faintly. This. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Old Yu, do you have a good idea? Old Master Zhao narrowed his eyes and looked at Old Master Yu, who interrupted. Since Old Master Yu is so anxious, you must have a well-thought-out plan. Humph, don't talk about useless things. I'm a sky class, but I'm only a refiner. In terms of fighting, I'm not even an earth class. What can I do? Old Yu humphed coldly. Okay, stop arguing. We're here to discuss important matters, not to argue. Let's talk one by one. Gate Master Jean waved his hand and stopped the two from arguing. Our Golden Bell Gate is declining day by day, and this is all thanks to Lin Yi. There's nothing else we can offer. Everyone knew that Gate Master Jean was telling the truth. Jean Woody was dead, and so were a few of the best disciples of Golden Bell Gate. Golden Bell Gate was just an empty shell, and they couldn't rely on him. If Lin Yi has a spirit beast, I can control it for a short period of time so that it won't attack us. Our Qian Shan Gate has a secret technique that can make a spirit beast lose its strength in a short period of time. Gate Master was said. That's right, Gate Master was idea is very useful. Lin Yi has a spirit beast by his side, and we have to be on guard. Old Zhao nodded in agreement. Mr. N, do you have any suggestions? I think that Gate Master was suggestion reminds me. Can we poison Lin Yi? As far as I know, if we want to fight with Lin Yi head-on, all of us together are no match for Lin Yi. And Mingyue said, we're just going to die if we go. If we can poison Lin Yi and win with our wits, that's the way of the king. That makes sense. Old Zhao nodded in agreement. We are indeed no match for Lin Yi, but poison. I heard that Lin Yi is also a medical expert. Our king pharmacist is no match for him. Hee, what's your king pharmacist? Old Yu said with some disdain, your king pharmacist is nothing in the eyes of our hidden Yu family. Chapter 29:18. Lin Yi can cure normal poisons, but what about special ones? After I go back, I can contact the Sky Elixir sect and use some special poisons to poison Lin Yi. No matter how good Lin Yi is, it'll be useless. Old Yu said confidently. Oh. That's great. Old Zhao heard this and didn't feel unhappy at all. He said happily, then I'll leave this to you, Old Yu. Don't be happy too early. Old Yu waved his hand. It's not hard to get the poison, but how do you make Lin Yi eat it? Old Zhao realized that this was indeed a difficult problem because he didn't have a chance. It was fine during the Hidden House Summit, but now, he had to invite Lin Yi for a meal. It would be weird if Lin Yi didn't have his guard up. I'll leave this to you, Old Zhao. I'll think of something about the poison, and you guys think of something else, Old Yu said. What kind of excuse do we use to invite Lin Yi for Lin Yi to come? Old Zhao started thinking about how to poison Lin Yi. Right, I say, Old Zhao, that Zhao Qikuan from your house, isn't he Lin Yi's follower? If he invites Lin Yi, he should come, right? And Mingyue spoke up. This old bastard was as mean as Jiang Wen, always doing immoral things. One of them was the same as the other. That's true, but Zhao Qikuan is on Lin Yi's side. If I ask him to harm Lin Yi, he won't agree for sure. He might even leak the secret. Old Zhao shook his head. I say, Old Zhao, can't you be flexible? You can find an excuse and trick that Zhao Qikuan into inviting Lin Yi for a meal, right? And Mingyue suggested. Oh. After Lord Zhao heard Mingyue's words, his eyes immediately lit up, and he said, you really woke me up with a single word. This time, Zhao Qikuan passed the test smoothly, and I can hint to him that my thoughts have changed. I'm interested in making him the head of the house, and have him invite Lin Yi over to discuss this in detail. What do you guys think? Good idea. This way, Zhao Qikuan won't suspect anything. You've invited Lin Yi for a reason as well. Zhao Qikuan won't suspect anything, and Lin Yi won't suspect anything either. When the time comes, we'll just have to figure out how to drug it. Will clapped. In that case, I'll go talk to Zhao Qikuan when I get back. Elder Zhao sighed in relief after deciding on the plan. Then let's end the meeting here. We'll do our own research, and when the time comes, we'll give Lin Yi a fatal blow. After everyone left, Old Man Yu went to contact the Heavenly Elixir sect. He was very enthusiastic about killing Lin Yi. If Lin Yi was dead, Han Jingjing's matter would be easy to handle. The Yu family had always had this idea. After so many years of working behind the Heavenly Elixir sect, they had long wanted to enter the ancient level. Of course, the Yu family's current strength was not enough. There were too few heaven rank experts. If House Yu's alchemy skills improved by leaps and bounds, then who could stop them from reaching the ancient level? However, it was impossible to rely on Sky Elixir sect's help. Not to mention that Sky Elixir sect wouldn't impart their alchemy skills without reservation. Even if House Yu learned these skills, they weren't willing to see House Yu grow and become an existence on equal footing with Sky Elixir sect. Therefore, if House Yu wanted to advance, they could only accumulate their own strength and think of their own ways. The alchemist's notes in Lin Yi's hands was the best opportunity. If they got it, although House Yu's strength wouldn't increase much in recent years, as time went by, House Yu would become stronger and stronger. Therefore, in order to prevent Sky Elixir's sect from being afraid, Old Yu didn't directly contact Sky Silkworm transformation. Instead, he contacted Sky Elixir sect's 8th elder, Kong Ming Ming. Old Yu also knew that Kong Ming Ming and Lin Yi had a grudge. At this moment, Sky Elixir sect's trial had just ended. Kong Ming Ming was discussing alchemy matters in Ancestor Xuanshen's room. Master, currently, the Sky Elixir sect's futures pills are only the Qi-gathering pill that we promised to give to Lin Yi, the Qi-gathering pill that Dark Knight Palace wants in this trial, and the bone-cleansing pill that Everyday sect wants. Kong Ming Ming said, "What's the order of refining these pills? Also, who's going to refine them? Only you can refine the bone-cleansing pill. No one else can refine it. However, we have to give Lin Yi an extreme Qi-gathering pill to pretend to be a Qi-gathering pill. This is a secret and only the two of us know about it. Therefore, only you can refine this pill. As for the Qi-gathering pill, I can let Xian Zhen or the other elders of Sky Elixir sect refine it." Ancestor Xianqin said after some thought. "Then, of the two pills in my hands, which one should I refine first?" Kong Ming Ming nodded and asked. "The two pills you have and the one from Everyday sect have nothing to do with our future plans. We're just giving them face. You should refine Lin Yi's extreme Qi-gathering pill first. Cripple Lin Yi first. This kid is always loitering in front of me. I feel uneasy." Ancestor Xianqin said. "Yes, Master." Kong Ming Ming was overjoyed. He actually wanted to deal with Lin Yi, but he didn't have the right to make a decision on such a big matter. He could only wait for Ancestor Xuanshen's instructions. Kong Ming Ming had just finished speaking when his phone rang. He was shocked. He took out his phone and was about to hang up when he hurriedly explained, "Master, I was in a hurry and forgot to turn off my phone. Who called?" Ancestor Xianqin waved his hand and asked indifferently, "You answer it." "This is the Hidden Yu family." Kong Ming Ming glanced at the caller ID and was stunned. He had the phone number of the Hidden Yu family, but he didn't know why they called. Kong Ming Ming wasn't particularly familiar with the Hidden Yu family. "Oh. Ask him what's the matter," Ancestor Xianqin said. "Okay, Master." Kong Ming Ming nodded and picked up the phone. "Hello. I'm Kong Ming Ming. Elder Kong, I'm the family master of the Hidden Yu family." Elder Yu said carefully and respectfully. Kong Ming Ming's status was not the same as before. He naturally had to be careful. "It's Elder Yu. What's the matter?" Kong Ming Ming greeted him. Chapter 29:19. Say it, it's fine. Although Kong Mingming didn't know what Elder Yu wanted to say, in front of Elder Xianqin, Kong Ming couldn't say that it was inconvenient. Wouldn't that mean that he had something to hide from Elder Xianqin? So Kong Mingming could only say that it was fine. It's like this, Elder Kong, I heard that you have a grudge with Lin Yi. Elder Yu asked. What do you mean? What do you want to say? Kong Mingming's nerves tightened as he asked in a deep voice. Elder Kong, I just want to say that now, there is an opportunity to kill Lin Yi. Elder Yu heard that Kong Mingming seemed to be angry and quickly explained, now, Hidden House Xiao's Elder Xiao wants to deal with Lin Yi and wants to poison him. It's like this, Elder Yu didn't hide it and told Kong Mingming about Elder Xiao wanting to use Xiao Qikuan as bait to invite Lin Yi for a meal and then poison him. Oh. Why are you telling me about this? If House Xiao wants to kill Lin Yi, then kill him. I'll be happier if he does. Kong Mingming was a little puzzled. Elder Yu called him to tell him this just to make him happy. No, the current situation is that Hidden House Xiao doesn't have a poison that can poison Lin Yi, so they asked us for help. However, we don't have the confidence that we can make Lin Yi not notice the existence of the poison. After all, Elder Kong, you know that Lin Yi's attainments in medicine are also very high. Old Master Yu said, so, I want to ask Elder Kong if there is any suitable poison. In this way, I can help Old Master Zhao. Elder Yu only said that Hidden House Xiao wanted to kill Lin Yi with poison, but he wouldn't say that he wanted to kill Lin Yi. It seemed that he was just building a bridge for Hidden House Xiao. Oh, is that so? Alright, I got it. I'll give you an answer after I study it. Kong Mingming understood Old Master Yu's meaning, but he did not immediately agree. After all, this matter had to be discussed with Patriarch Xianqin. Okay, Elder Kong, then I will wait for the good news. Old Master Yu said quickly. After hanging up the phone, Kong Mingming did not hide anything. He told Patriarch Xianqin everything that Old Master Yu had said and asked him to make a decision. Isn't this a good thing? After hearing that, Patriarch Xianqin did not express any objections. Instead, he agreed. This way, someone can help us kill Lin Yi. We don't have to do anything. It saves us trouble. But, that poison. Kong Mingming didn't know how to make any poison. As for the poison, I have to look up some information. Lin Yi is not a simple person. Ordinary poisons can't fool him. We have to get something special. Patriarch Xianqin pondered and said. Okay, Master. Then I will call Old Master Yu back and tell him that we will help. Kong Mingming asked. Sure, but this matter must be kept secret. Don't tell anyone else, Patriarch Xianqin said. Don't worry, Master. This is our enemy. It has nothing to do with others. I won't say anything, Kong Mingming nodded and promised. Kong Mingming went to call Old Master Yu, and Patriarch Xianqin went to look up information about poisons. At this time, Old Master Zhao had just returned to Hidden House Xiao. When he found out that Qikuan had come back at this time, he was a little surprised. He gave Qibing, who was driving, a look. Qibing, you go to your room first. Cooperate with us for the next few days, don't let anything go wrong. He was afraid that Qibing would cause trouble without knowing the truth, so he told Qibing his plan on the road. He was going to get rid of Lin Yi with Qikuan's help. So, Qibing could pretend to be messing around these days, but he couldn't do anything else. Because the position of the young master would still be his. Don't worry, Grandpa. I know what I'm doing. Qibing nodded and went back to his room. Old Master Zhao, on the other hand, went to Qikuan's room. Dang dang dang. Standing in front of Qikuan's room, Old Master Zhao knocked on the door. Who is it? Come in. Qikuan said casually. The door was pushed open, but no one spoke. Chikuan paused and raised his head, only to see old Zhao. He was even more shocked. Old Master Zhao had come to his room personally. This surprised Chikuan, and he felt a little flattered. After all, he had been hiding in House Zhao and was under house arrest. Old Master Zhao had ignored him for a long time, and he was used to it. "Grandpa. Why are you here?" Chikuan was disappointed in Old Master Zhao, but he was still his grandpa. He still had to be respectful. Old Master Zhao didn't say anything. After entering the room, he sat on the sofa and looked at Chikuan silently. "Grandpa." Chikuan was even more puzzled. What did Old Master Zhao mean by this? Why didn't he say anything when he came in? "Chikuan. You passed the test." Old Master Zhao finally spoke. He looked at Chikuan, his eyes complicated. "Yeah, Grandpa, I'm back." Chikuan thought. Wasn't this bullshit? But he still replied respectfully. "Chikuan, was the test dangerous this time?" "Lin Yi. He's pretty strong, to be able to bring you through such a dangerous test." Old Master Zhao's words made Chikuan even more confused. He didn't know what he was talking about. "Grandpa, you came to find me." Chikuan was confused. "I got the pill and completed the mission, but Elder Bai. Isn't he dead?" You're the one who got the pill, so naturally you can decide how to use it. Even if Elder Bai doesn't die, you're the one who calls the shots." Old Master Zhao waved his hand. "I heard that Lin Yi's really strong now." "Strong?" Chikuan paused. "He's all right." "Grandpa, what do you mean, Chitan? I was wrong before. Compared to Qibing, you're the young man of House Zhao. Don't be angry before, I'm impressed because he brought back a qi gathering pill." Qibing's eyes lit up as he spoke. "You're right, Qibing." Old Master Zhao said. "But now, you brought back a great recovery pill, and that's a third-level pill, so you two are even, so, Grandpa, you can't be saying." Chikuan jumped in shock as he looked at Old Master Zhao in disbelief. Could it be that Old Master Zhao's thinking had really changed? Chapter 29-20. He continued, "Oftentimes, as the head of a house, I have to think about the big picture. Before, I supported Zhao Qibing because of his contributions to the hidden house, and as the head of the house, I have to reward those who contribute to the house. I can't let them down. Otherwise, who would contribute to the house in the future? So, I supported Zhao Qibing. As for you, as Zhao Qibing's biggest competitor, I can only suppress you. But, I couldn't do something like killing you myself, so I could only lock you up." Chikuan nodded silently. He understood what old Zhao was saying. He was just angry before, wondering why Zhao Qibing could get the position. But after knowing Zhao Qibing's contributions, he just felt that he was unlucky. "Grandpa, I understand all of that." Chikuan sighed. "Yes, you understand all of that. Now, you brought back a third-level pill for the house, and your contributions are equal to Qibing's. I won't be biased towards Zhao Qibing anymore. You guys have the same starting point, so I'm more inclined towards you being the head of the house. Chitan, do you understand?" Old Master Zhao said in a serious tone. "Me?" Chikuan was a bit dumbfounded. Why was old Zhao saying this all of a sudden? Hidden House Han, Hidden House Pai, Hidden House Zhuang, these houses. Hidden House Zhuang used to be much weaker than us, and Hidden House Pai was about the same strength as us, but these two are doing better than us now. Why is that? Old Zhao paused here before continuing. "I'm sure you understand, Zhao Chikuan, that's because they've accepted Lin Yi as their boss, and so they've gotten a huge boost." "So, Grandpa, you're saying..." Chikuan finally understood, and was pleasantly surprised. His grandpa finally understood what Lin Yi was capable of, and he was finally ready to join Lin Yi's side. "That's right. Old Xiao nodded affirmatively. Before, Grandpa thought that Lin Yi was a freelancer and didn't have much ability. And because of what happened with Xiao Qibing, we had some grudges with Lin Yi. Because of that, I never thought about the pros and cons of this matter. But now, it seems that you're the smarter one. He gave us, the hidden Zhao family, a way out. Qikuan was very happy to see his grandpa come back to his rights. He didn't know what to say. Grandpa. I just think that Boss Lin Yi treats me very well, and he's very strong. He can protect me, so. Qikuan said. Yes, I know. You don't have to explain, you did the right thing. Old Xiao said. It's just that Grandpa had some misunderstandings with Lin Yi before, and joining him like this is a bit sudden, and also, Grandpa's face. Grandpa, our family didn't really respect Lin Yi boss in the first place. Why are you still thinking about face at a time like this? Boss Lin Yi's follower has already risen to the ancient level, and it'll be too late for us to be reserved. Qikuan was panicking. Why was Grandpa still thinking about face at a time like this? Ah. All ancient sects. Old Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he probed, even the ancient sects serve Lin Yi. Not really, just ancient-level disciples, Qikuan said truthfully, not hiding anything. He didn't know that old Xiao was trying to get information out of him. Qikuan didn't know that Tuobo Wang was representing the yellow soil high sections. After all, this involved little Jiu, and Lin Yi didn't tell him in detail. He only said it vaguely, so Qikuan didn't know. I see. Old Xiao pretended to be surprised, but breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. It was just a few disciples, so it wasn't a big deal, but if there were ancient sects joining Lin Yi, then it'd be really troublesome. At that time, even if he killed Lin Yi and the ancient sects came for revenge, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But it wasn't yet. Qikuan, what do you think I should do now? If you really want Lin Yi boss to protect our hidden house, I think you should have a banquet and apologize to boss Lin Yi, letting bygones be bygones, Qikuan suggested. You're right. Old Xiao was about to laugh out loud. Zhao Qikuan, don't you know that the older you are, the wiser you are? I've been waiting for you to say this, for you to say it yourself. Grandpa, does that mean you agree? Qikuan breathed a sigh of relief. If he called Lin Yi boss and he still put on airs, then Lin Yi wouldn't be happy. Even if he called House Xiao his little brother for his sake, he wouldn't feel good about it. But if old Xiao took the initiative to hold a banquet and apologize, then everything would be fine. Yeah, I'll listen to you, right? Old Xiao waved his hand. Here, I'll think about it and call a family meeting. I'll treat Lin Yi to a meal and confirm this relationship. Alright, Grandpa, I'll go tell boss Lin Yi our decision right now. Qikuan said happily. Okay, go. Old Xiao said. I'll announce in a bit that you and Zhao Qibing's positions in the hidden house will be the same from now onwards. You'll both be the heir of the house. You know that I can't just take away Zhao Qibing's heir position all of a sudden. He contributed to the house, so it'll depend on your contributions. But, you have Lin Yi to protect you, so it shouldn't be a problem in the future. I understand, Grandpa. Qikuan said quickly. If old Zhao had just said that he'd take away Zhao Qibing and make Zhao Qikuan the heir, then Qikuan would have been confused and would have been exposed. But now, the more he said it, the more Qikuan felt that it was reasonable. After returning home, Lin Yi didn't even have time to talk to Meng Yao and Yushu about the interesting things that happened in the Sky Elixir sex test before he was infuriated by a troublesome matter. These days, Tianli had been living like a drunkard, trying to get by as long as he could. He didn't report the company's matters to House Lu, and he didn't tell Fatty Lai and the others either. Instead, he just smoked every day. Chapter 29-21. Although the company was already in debt, Tianli still had the money to pay for the drugs. The company and House Lu's cars could be sold for $1 million or so, and selling one would normally be enough for him to smoke for a while. However, Tianli's mouth had been sucked dry by the cigarettes from before, and he didn't feel anything for normal drugs at all, so he had to buy high-purity drugs to satisfy his cravings. And that wasn't all. Tianli had been smoking a lot before, a couple packs a day, and that meant that he was inhaling a lot of drugs. So he had to replace it with simple drugs, and he needed a lot of it. Otherwise, Tianli wouldn't be satisfied. Moreover, Tianli felt that everything was over. The company was gone, and he also owed a huge debt to Lin Yi. He might as well just throw everything away, and live as freely as he could. However, this wasn't a situation where Tianli could do whatever he wanted. The business department, sales department, finance department, and purchasing department were all in an emergency. These days, the distributors were pressing for the goods furiously, because many of them had already paid for the goods, but they still couldn't get the goods. On the other hand, Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company was in an emergency as well. Not only that, but the profits from the drugs hadn't been transferred back to the company's account on time. Naturally, Fatty Lai called House Lu's company to ask what was going on. The bank's loans were quite large, and most of them were short-term loans. If Tianli hadn't returned the money by the deadline, the bank would naturally ask what was going on. If he still didn't return the money, they would confiscate the Lu's real estate according to the rules. All of these things were piled up on Tianli's desk, but he didn't reply to any of them. He locked himself in his office every day, smoking and not giving his subordinates a clear answer. All of a sudden, everyone in the company was panicking, not knowing what was going on. Especially the important departments. Not only did they have to deal with the distributors, but they also had to deal with Fatty Lai and the bank. They were extremely busy every day. Fatty Lai and the bank called Tianli, but he didn't pick up, pretending that he wasn't there. As a result, rumors began to spread in the company. The so-called rumors were actually half true and half false. Especially Secretary Zhang, who knew the most. Seeing that the company was going downhill, and that he could not get his salary and bonus, Secretary Zhang could only tell the company's director, deputy director, finance department, sales department, business department, and purchasing department the truth. He told them what he knew and guessed, so that they could respond as soon as possible. As for him, he was ready to resign. The company was riddled with holes. Under such circumstances, who would be stupid enough to stay here? The department manager who knew the truth would tell his close colleagues in the company, and soon, the whole company knew that Tianli was done for. And so, resignation letters flew everywhere, and everyone in the company left. Tianli wanted to hide it, but he couldn't. Because at this time, the bank had already gone to the Lu family to confiscate the real estate they had mortgaged. The Lu family's villa was one of them. When Jinhu and Lu Tianli were informed by the bank staff that Tianli hadn't repaid the loan on time, the villa had been seized. Both of them were dumbfounded. What? You're saying that this villa and the rest of the Lu family's real estate were all mortgaged by Tianli? Lu Tianli looked at the bank staff in shock. He didn't interfere with House Lu's business, so naturally he didn't know what Tianli was doing. Could there be a mistake? Mr. Lu, we're just following the rules. This is the mortgage application with Mr. Tianli's signature, please take a look. If you don't believe it, you can call Mr. Tianli yourself. The bank staff smiled bitterly. House Lu was one of the common noble houses, and even if they weren't doing well right now, it wasn't something a small staff like him could mess with, so he spoke politely. Tianli, there's no problem with these documents. It seems like it really is that bastard Tianli's doing. Jinhu sighed as he looked at the mortgage application in the staff's hands. Dad, don't worry. I'll call Tianli right now and ask him what's going on. Lu Tianli frowned as he dialed Tianli's number. Tianli met the bank staff in the company who were going to seize the skyscraper. He didn't say anything, but dismissed all the employees and walked out of the building alone, sitting quietly on the green belt in front of the building. He didn't even bother to explain, letting the bank staff seize the building. The people left in the company were all old people, most of them direct descendants of Lu Jingyin's generation. They were also the most loyal direct descendants, and none of them resigned. Instead, they stayed with Tianli until the end. But now, they didn't even have a place to work. Disappointment flashed in their eyes as they looked at the dispirited Tianli sitting in front of the green belt. Tianli was far, far worse than Lu Jinghan. "Director Qin, what do we do now?" Out of all these people, the one with the highest position in the company was Director Qin. His position in the company was second only to one and above tens of thousands of people. The chairman and CEO of the company was Lu Tianli, and the vice CEO was Lu Jinghan. But ever since she left, it was just a title. Only Director Qin was left. "Haze." Director Qin sighed helplessly. "I'll give Miss Lu a call," although Lu Jinghan had already left, telling these people not to bother her anymore. Her job was done, and vice CEO was just a title forever. But Director Qin had no choice but to call Lu Jinghan now. The company was in too big of a crisis. "Director Qin." Lu Jinghan had just parked her BMW when she received Director Chen's call. She was a bit surprised. Why was Director Chen calling her all of a sudden? "Vice CEO Lu, it's me." Director Chen called Lu Jinghan as Vice CEO Lu because Tianli's surname was Lu as well. He could only add the word vice to Lu Jingyin's name. Otherwise, he would have left it out. "What's the matter?" Lu Jinghan asked curiously. "Vice CEO Lu, the company is in trouble," Director Qin said urgently. Chapter 29-22. "No, it's like this." Director Qin didn't know the truth either. Tianli was muddle-headed and didn't say anything. He could only guess from Secretary Zhang's words that Tianli had been scammed, and the company's money was gone. He didn't know the specifics and could only fill in the blanks with his own imagination. He then told Jinghan his guesses and deductions. When he talked about the company being seized by the bank, the usually calm Jinghan couldn't stay calm anymore. "What? The company's building was seized? Just how much did my father borrow? What kind of business did he work with that Mr. Lang?" "Vice CEO Lu, I'm not too sure about that. I heard it was some kind of cigarette business, but Secretary Zhang isn't too sure either. Mr. Lu didn't tell anyone else because this business was discussed by Mr. Lu himself. He didn't go through us," Director Qin said. "I understand. Keep an eye on my father and don't let him do anything stupid. I'll think of something else." Jinghan took a deep breath. She didn't think that such a big mess would happen when she wasn't home. "Okay, Vice CEO Lu," Director Qin replied. Jinghan hung up and frowned as she fell into deep thought. At the same time, in Yanjing, the news of House Lu's failed investment spread like wildfire to everyone related to House Lu. House Lu had suffered a huge loss this time, losing more than 5 billion in capital and real estate. Not only did they lose all the money from Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company, they even lost all their money. The distributors called Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company over and over again, complaining about Lu Tianli, asking for a refund or supply of goods. But Fatty Lai only had a small portion of the medicine that hadn't left the warehouse yet. The new raw materials weren't sent over by Tianli, so Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company couldn't continue production. Plus, Fatty Lai didn't even have the money to give to the distributors even if he wanted a refund. All of a sudden, Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company stopped production as well. Because of Tianli's influence, Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company's reputation plummeted. The truth of Lu Tianli's drug addiction couldn't be hidden from the observant people at all. Not long after Lu Tianli went bankrupt, the news spread again. Elder Zhenhu was shaking with rage. He never would have thought that Tianli would go and do drugs. Not only that, the company had already lost money, but he didn't even think of a way out. Instead, he sold his car and continued doing drugs. Unfilial son. You unfilial son. Jinhoo's body had recovered quite a bit after Lin Yi's treatment, but this time it pissed him off so much that he couldn't even get up from the wheelchair. Tianli knelt on the ground, his eyes sunken in, his expression wooden, ignoring Jinhoo's roar. It wasn't that he really ignored these things, but that he was still trapped in the illusion brought about by the drug addiction, so he didn't care about anything else around him. Father, please calm down. Brother is probably addicted to drugs right now, he can't hear anything we say. I think we should send him to a drug rehabilitation center and force him to detoxify. Lu Tianyi noticed that something was wrong with Tianli. He knew Tianli well. He was a conservative person, and his company was a solid one. He always listened to his father, himself, and even Lu Jinghan when it came to family matters. He didn't have many ideas himself. This time, the situation was very special. Why did Tianli suddenly change into a different person, taking drugs and losing money? He's not your brother. Taking drugs, selling drugs, isn't this bringing glory to House Lu? Miracle Dr. Lin gave the medicine company to us, House Lu, to take care of it, and we ended up like this. How am I supposed to face Miracle Dr. Lin with my old face? Jinhoo was so angry that he was shaking. What Tianli had done was beyond what he could handle. Maybe he was tricked. Lu Tianyi carefully tried to explain for Tianli. Tricked? He wouldn't have been tricked if he didn't have any greed in his heart. Jinhoo laughed coldly. Don't think I don't know what he's thinking. He's never approved of our cooperation with Miracle Dr. Lin, thinking that we're just relying on Lin Yi. If one day Lin Yi is done for, then House Lu will be done for as well. But because of you, me, and Jing's pressure, he could only do as we're told. But if there's a chance, he'll definitely want to turn the company into a business that can still operate without Lin Yi. That. Lu Tianyi couldn't help but smile bitterly. But isn't he thinking for House Lu? There's something wrong with his thinking. Now that Lin Yi is doing fine, he's done for first. Jinhoo humphed. If he was half as strong as Jing, the company wouldn't be like this. Yes. Tianyi didn't have much else to say at this point, he just nodded. Tianyi, give Miracle Dr. Lin a call and tell him that House Lu has wronged him. Tianli and I will die to atone for our sins. My old face really can't face Lin Yi anymore, I don't have the face to live anymore. Jinhoo sighed as he made his decision. Father. How can you die? Lu Tianyi jumped, his eyes wide. If you die, what will happen to House Lu? I'll ask Mr. Lin Yi for mercy, we'll do anything to make it up to him. Doesn't House Lu still have you? Jinhoo shook his head. Do you think you can appease Miracle Dr. Lin's anger if you don't die? 5 billion isn't a small amount, and the impact this will have on Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company isn't something that can be calculated with money. Instead of living under Miracle Dr. Lin's oppression, why don't Tianli and I die to atone for our sins? Tianyi, you still have a chance to rise again, because you're the closest to Lin Yi. Tianyi fell silent after hearing Jinhoo's words, he was right. Even if Lin Yi were to let the Lius go for the sake of the past, he'd never trust and care for them like he did in the past. Even if Lin Yi didn't oppress House Lu, Lin Yi's followers and other noble houses wouldn't be able to guarantee that House Lu wouldn't be suppressed. When the time came, House Lu would never be able to rise again. Chapter 29-23. Father, Miracle Dr. Lin might not want you and brother to die, right? House Lu. Lu Tianyi said carefully. Don't say anything else, just ask Miracle Dr. Lin for his opinion. Just do as I say. Jinhoo waved his hand and said determinedly, I've made up my mind. Yes. Father. Lu Tianyi didn't dare say anything else. He nodded and called Lin Yi. Lin Yi had just gotten the news from Fatty Lai, and although he didn't show it, his face was extremely dark. Lin Yi never would have thought that Tianli would lose his company to drugs. That wasn't all, and the main point was that Tianli also lost the money from Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. What was this guy thinking? Was he trying to defy the heavens? At that moment, Lu Tianyi called. Lin Yi took a look and picked it up, but his tone wasn't as nice as before. He said coldly, "Mr. Lu, if you have something to say, just say it." Miracle Dr. Lin. I believe you already know about our Tianli situation. Lu Tianyi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. As expected, Lin Yi's attitude wasn't as nice as before, and it made his heart go cold. I know, what do you want to do? Lin Yi was already pissed off to a certain degree. There was no way to lose money like this, was there? Even Chu Pingzhan had only lost his own money, but this Lu Tianli had lost Fatty Lai's money as well, and he still owed the distributors money in goods. So, of course, Lin Yi didn't have a nice tone. Tianli's actions directly affected many of Lin Yi's plans, including the expansion of the medical company and the construction of Xiaoke's orphanage. Which one of these didn't need funds? I'm sorry, Miracle Dr. Lin. House Lu has betrayed your trust. My father said that he and Tianli will die as an apology. If you're not satisfied, I can. Lu Tianyi sighed. Forget about you and your father, it has nothing to do with you. But that Lu Tianli, I don't want to see him anymore. Lin Yi took a deep breath. He wasn't being cruel to the Lu family, but if these underling families didn't receive the corresponding punishment, then the other underling families would follow suit. In any case, if there was no punishment for their mistakes, then how could Lin Yi convince the public? So, even if Lin Yi was grateful for what House Lu had done for him, he couldn't let this go so easily. Just punishing Tianli alone was already giving House Lu a lot of face, and this was also because Lu Tianyi lent him money when he needed it. Yes. Thank you for your forgiveness, Mr. Lin. Tianyi sighed in relief. His father, Zhenhu, was fine, but Tianli. No one could save him now. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Lin Yi was having a headache. He needed to talk to Fatty Lai about how to continue the company's business, they couldn't just stop like this. Alright, Miracle Dr. Lin. Lu Tianyi hung up and turned to his father. Father, Mr. Lin only said that he doesn't want to see Tianli anymore. Tianli, don't see him if you don't want to see him, he deserved it. You know what to do now, right? Lu Zhenhu was a decisive man. He may have been angry, but Tianli's death still hurt him. There was nothing he could do about it. I understand. Lu Tianyi smiled bitterly and nodded. But, shouldn't we inform Jing about this? Zhenhu's eyes sharpened as he looked at Lu Tianyi. Don't worry about Jing's business, she has her own plans. Yes. Lu Tianyi nodded. Then I'll send Tianli to the detox center first. If he's going to go on his way, he should go on his way cleanly, shouldn't he? Zhenhu didn't deny it. Let's wait, Lu Tianyi sent Tianli to the detox center. He and Zhenhu, on the other hand, had a place to stay, but the noble houses that were close to them were all waiting for the wind. They didn't know what Lin Yi wanted, so no one dared to help. House Chen, House Wu, and House Sun didn't have much money and couldn't help with the company, but they could still help House Lu through this difficult time. But Lin Yi didn't say anything, so who dared to interfere? After putting down the phone, Lin Yi fell into deep thought. There was no point in being angry about this. What had already happened, and he had to think of a way to fix it. Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company was lacking funds, and once production resumed, House Lu's company would need to find someone to take over. All this time, House Lu had been in charge of the purchasing and sales channels of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. With House Lu's sudden collapse, Fatty Lie didn't have the contact information of the distributors and suppliers. He could find another supplier, but most of the distributors had paid a deposit. If he were to replace them all, it would cause dissatisfaction among the distributors, and he might even get sued. Fatty Lie had to be careful. What Lin Yi could solve was to borrow money from Pengzhan and the other noble houses and hidden houses, but there was too much of a gap this time. These hidden houses had a lot of money, but it wasn't realistic for them to take out such a huge amount of cash at once. Like the hidden house Han, they had quite a lot of treasures, but it was impossible to convert them into money all at once. Their family's expenses were fixed every year, and they wouldn't prepare too much. Lin Yi couldn't ask them to take out all their money for him, and they wouldn't be able to live. Moreover, even if they took out all their cash, it wouldn't be much. For the current Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company, it was just a drop in the bucket. However, no matter what, it was better to resume production first. Even if the supply was a little less, it was better than directly stopping production. The sudden incident at the company had messed up Lin Yi's plans, and he was caught unprepared. Originally, Lin Yi wanted to study the refining of the jade space. After all, he had just reached the second stage of the art of dragon mastery, and Lin Yi couldn't wait to refine the jade space. There was another important thing, and that was to go to West Star Village and return to the cave. According to the introduction, when the stone door opened for the second time, after Lin Yi reached the second stage of the art of dragon mastery, he could open the third stone door, and he wouldn't have to abide by the 5-year promise. Chapter 29-24. But from the looks of it, all of this had to be pushed back. He had to solve his family's problems first. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Yi started calling Qintian's family to borrow money. He couldn't borrow too much from each family, and it was easy for a family like House Wu to borrow 100 million, but too much was a problem. Fortunately, Lin Yi had a lot of followers now, and it was enough to help Fatty Lie get through this. Meng Yao and Yushu didn't dare disturb Lin Yi, and even Yushu, who was always curious, didn't ask Lin Yi about the fun things that happened in the test. Naturally, the hidden house Xiao received the news of Miracle Dr. Guan's company being in trouble. Old Xiao laughed, thinking that the heavens were on his side. Old Xiao went straight to Qikuan. These 2 days, Qikuan had regained his status as the young master of the hidden house, but whenever Qibing saw him, he'd have that red eyebrow and green eyes look on his face. He'd humph coldly and leave. Qikuan actually understood Qibing's behavior. Ever since he came back from the test, he'd taken away his position as the heir. Anyone else would be pissed, but Qibing thought that he still had hope. He didn't want to fight with Qikuan in House Xiao, so while the two were in a cold war, they didn't have anything to do with each other. "Grandpa, you're looking for me." Qikuan was just about to call Lin Yi to tell him the good news when his grandpa came looking for him early in the morning. "Qikuan, did you call Mr. Lin Yi?" Old Xiao asked directly. "Not yet, Grandpa, what's wrong?" Qikuan was a bit confused. Why was his grandpa asking this in the morning? "Oh, then you might not know yet, but Mr. Lin Yi's company is in trouble," Old Xiao said. "I thought you knew, and I was just about to tell you." "What? Boss's company is in trouble? What's wrong?" Qikuan paused. He followed Lin Yi quite late, so he didn't know much about Lin Yi's company. "It's like this." Old Xiao told Qikuan the news he got. "Ah. Then. Boss. Doesn't that mean he's in trouble?" Qikuan was shocked. "Then. Is there anything we can do?" "Qitan, Grandpa is here to discuss something with you. Since our hidden Zhao family has chosen Lin Yi to be the boss, then we, as the younger brother's family, must do our best to help Mr. Lin Yi overcome this crisis." Old Master Zhao nodded and said, "So, I want to tell you that although our hidden Zhao family doesn't have much money, we have been doing business for more than half a year, so we have a lot of funds in our hands. Together, we can take out 200 million. You call Mr. Lin Yi right now. We'll give this 200 million to Mr. Lin Yi. Although it's a meager amount, it's the greatest ability of the hidden Zhao family. Ah. Chikuan was dumbfounded. He didn't think that his grandpa would do something like this, supporting Lin Yi with everything he had. They hadn't even held a formal banquet to make Lin Yi boss yet, and this was already the case. One could see that his grandpa had already decided on Lin Yi. Chikuan was overjoyed. He'd been worried that his grandpa would accept Lin Yi as boss because he wanted Lin Yi's protection, but if he didn't do anything and just kept asking for more, then even if Lin Yi didn't say anything for his sake, he'd still feel uncomfortable. So when Chikuan heard that his grandpa could take out 200 million, he was overjoyed. Grandpa, you're saying? Is that true? Chikuan asked quickly. Of course it's true, you still don't trust your grandpa? Old Xiao laughed. I've already told Guangyin to gather the money. It's on this card, the password is your birthday, you can call Mr. Lin Yi anytime. Thank you, Grandpa. Chikuan said, overjoyed. Alright, make the call, I won't disturb you anymore. Old Xiao nodded and left with a smile. Chikuan, on the other hand, quickly dialed Lin Yi's number. Before, he was still hesitating on how to bring this up to Lin Yi. Hidden House Xiao had made Lin Yi their boss, and it seemed like Lin Yi had another hidden house as his follower. But after going to the Ice Palace with Lin Yi, he could tell that Lin Yi didn't lack followers at all. So, maybe this was just a case of heat, and Lin Yi didn't want to. And so Chikuan had been hesitating. But now that Lin Yi's company was in trouble, Chikuan didn't hesitate anymore. Hello? Chikuan. Why are you calling me? Lin Yi was a bit surprised, wasn't Chikuan locked up again after going back? He could actually call him. In Lin Yi's plan, after Chikuan went back, old Zhao and Zhao Qibing would be even more afraid of him, they might even lock him up. But, it wouldn't be life-threatening, because Lin Yi could tell that old Zhao was afraid of him, he wouldn't dare do anything to Chikuan. And so, Lin Yi decided to go see Chikuan after a while. If it didn't work out, he'd let him start his own house, working with Han Xiaope and Pai Zhishan. But the company's business had affected Lin Yi's plans. Chikuan wouldn't be in trouble for a while anyway, so he'd just let him stay in House Xiao for a while. Boss, something happened to your company? Chikuan asked quickly. Huh? How did you know? Lin Yi was a bit surprised. Chikuan's source of information should be the worst, and even if the hidden House Xiao knew, they wouldn't tell him. And so, Lin Yi had called his lackeys to borrow money, but he didn't call Chikuan or Yu Bing. Chikuan had no say in House Xiao, and Yu Bing, on the other hand, was in the Ice Palace, and Lin Yi didn't have a good relationship with the hidden House Yu, so he couldn't be bothered to call. My grandpa told me. Chikuan said, Boss, you need money right now, right? We, the hidden House Xiao, can take out 200 million for you. What? Lin Yi's eyes went wide as if he'd heard the most unbelievable thing in the world. He couldn't believe his ears. Chikuan, what did you say? Your hidden House Xiao wants to lend me 200 million. It's not lending, Grandpa said it's for you. Chikuan said. Chapter 29-25. Old Zhao wanted to give him money. How was that possible? He couldn't even lend it to him, let alone give it to him. Boss, actually, after I came back from the Sky Elixir School's test, Grandpa's attitude towards me changed. Chikuan knew that Lin Yi would be shocked, so he didn't hide anything. He told Lin Yi everything that had happened since he got home. Grandpa wants us to hide House Xiao and recognize you as our boss, but because of some misunderstandings before, he doesn't feel too good about it. Coincidentally, something like this came up, and so he asked me to bring this money to you. I see. Lin Yi was a little surprised at the change in old Zhao's attitude, but it wasn't incomprehensible. Hidden House Pai and House Shuang used to be enemies with him, didn't they? Until now, didn't he still become his underling? Plus, Chikuin had returned safely from the Sky Elixir School's test, bringing back a third-level elixir. He'd shown his strength as well, and it was normal for old Zhao's attitude to change. After all, Qibing and Chikuin weren't just a little bit weaker. As long as old Zhao didn't go to extremes or go senile, choosing Chikuin as the heir of the hidden house Zhao was a very wise choice. Yeah, boss, give me your account number, I'll transfer the money to you right now. Chikuin said. Grandpa said that after this is over, he'll hold a banquet to invite you to confirm our identities. In that case, Chikuin, please thank old Zhao for me. My account number is... Lin Yi said, a little emotional. Of course, he didn't expect old Zhao to be that extreme. Even now, he was still trying to kill him, and he was taking out 200 million. This old Zhao was crazy. Boss, I'll transfer the money to you right now. Chikuin said. I won't disturb you then, you must have other things to do. We'll contact each other after this is over. Alright. Lin Yi nodded. Chikuin's 200 million was like coal in a snowstorm. Lin Yi's lackeys weren't poor, but they didn't have a lot of cash. Lin Yi's phone call barely brought them over 1 billion, and with Chikuin's 200 million, it was a total of 2 billion. For Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company, it could only barely alleviate the situation. After all, Tianli had created too many debts. There was no return on the medicine that was produced with the money invested. The money had already been taken by Tianli, and it was all gone. Lin Yi, Dad just called me, saying that he can give you 300 million in cash. We'll be able to get some more through business adjustments and bank loans, but we can't rush this. Meng Yao said as she walked over to Lin Yi. 300 million is already a lot. Lin Yi knew that Peng Zhan's company had expanded to Donghai, but he didn't have as much cash on hand as a result. Before, in order to pay Meng Yao's ransom, he had to borrow money from Lu Tianyi. This 300 million was probably the money Peng Zhan used to expand his company. Of course, this was also the reason why Lin Yi didn't kill House Lu right away. Lu Tianyi had helped him before, so he only took away House Lu's partnership rights and made Tianli disappear. As for the rest, House Lu was still under his protection. The miss nodded and pulled Shu upstairs. She knew that Lin Yi needed peace and quiet, so she didn't want to disturb him. Lu Tianyi sent Tianli to the rehab center and was about to go back when he received a call from Lu Jinghan. Uncle, it's Jing Jing. Lu Jinghan's voice sounded a little anxious. My dad. How is he? Jing Jing, I just sent Tianli to the rehab center. But, he's not doing well. Lu Tianyi sighed, not hiding anything. Although Zhenhu didn't let him look for Lu Jinghan called him first. He said, Miracle Dr. Lin's anger isn't that easy to appease. Although he won't pursue House Lu's responsibility anymore, he said that he doesn't want to see Tianli anymore. You should understand what he means, right? What? Lu Jinghan couldn't help but cry out, Uncle, you mean that my father, your grandpa wants him to die as an apology? Tianyi smiled bitterly. That's the only way for House Lu to survive. Plus, Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company's business partner won't be us anymore. Uncle, have you ever thought that there's something fishy about this? My father shouldn't be such an impulsive person. Why would he do drugs? He should be a very conservative person. This was what Lu Jinghan couldn't figure out. There are definitely things that don't make sense, but people who do drugs have a change of mind. It's hard to say if they would do something impulsive or not. Tianyi sighed before explaining. Besides, your grandpa and I have always known about this, and I'm sure you know about it as well, Jing Jing. Li Tianli is a conservative man, but it's precisely because of that he's the one who can't accept House Lu becoming Miracle Dr. Lin's vassal. He's always wanted House Lu's business to grow without Lin Yi. House Lu's business was already very big, but it wasn't as big as House Yu's. It was only with Miracle Dr. Lin's help that we became a top business. Tianli felt that this wasn't the real House Lu, and if something happened to Lin Yi, then House Lu would be done for, but I didn't think that it would be him. Lu Jinghan went silent. She was one of the people who understood Tianli the most, and Lu Tianli's explanation wasn't unreasonable. She said helplessly after a while, I understand, Jing. Lu Tianli didn't know what Lu Jinghan meant, but when he wanted to ask, Lu Jinghan had already hung up. Lin Yi communicated with Fatty Lai about the situation. They had 1.5 billion in their hands now, and it could only last for a short period of time. They would use this money to pay off the suppliers, and then use the rest to buy the raw materials, make the medicine, and then sell it to the distributors. Chapter 29-26. Although he could deny it from a business point of view, Fatty Lai couldn't be an unscrupulous businessman. Plus, Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company cared the most about reputation and reputation. But that was all Lin Yi could do for now. Shaking his head, Lin Yi threw these things to the back of his mind and stood up to go back to his room to research on the jade crafting. He didn't expect the doorbell to ring. Since Meng Yao and Yushu had gone upstairs, Lin Yi had to open the door himself. He didn't expect Han Jingjing to be there. Lin Yi bro, you're back. Han Jingjing was very happy to see Lin Yi. She skipped in and looked at Lin Yi from head to toe. Yeah, I'm back. How did you know? Lin Yi was surprised by Han Jingjing's information network. Your car is outside. Han Jingjing looked at Lin Yi, confused. Lin Yi bro, what's wrong? Why do you look a little distracted? Lin Yi understood after hearing Han Jingjing's words. He was right, his jeep was parked in front of his house, and if Han Jingjing didn't see him then she'd have to be blind to be unable to see him. He smiled bitterly, it's nothing, something happened at the company. I didn't have time to look for you when I got home. Yeah. I'm looking for Lin Yi bro because I have something important to tell you. Han Jingjing nodded and didn't mind. Oh. What is it? Lin Yi paused. Jing has been researching an invention recently. Actually, I've been thinking about it ever since I was able to make pills in batches. Recently, I've finally thought of something, so Jing wants to go into isolation for a while. I wanted to say goodbye to big bro Lin Yi. Han Jingjing said. Invention. Isolation. Say goodbye. Lin Yi was a little confused. He didn't understand what Han Jingjing was talking about. After a while, he reacted, you mean, you want to lock yourself in your room and research that invention you're talking about? Yes. Han Jingjing nodded and looked at Lin Yi in admiration. Big brother Lin Yi is amazing. You knew what Jingjing was going to do in such a short time. Pfft. Lin Yi was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. What's so great about that? You said that you're going into seclusion to research inventions. Of course I can think of that. By the way, Jing, what exactly are you researching? Jing is researching a method to refine pills with 100% success. Han Jingjing said. She had never hidden her new invention from Lin Yi. Oh. A method to refine elixirs with a 100% success rate. This. Jing, aren't you already able to successfully refine pills with a 100% success rate? Why do you still want to study it? Lin Yi was slightly stunned and looked at Han Jingjing in confusion. That's because only Jing can refine 100% successfully. Jing means that other alchemists can also refine 100% successfully. Han Jingjing explained. Other alchemists can also refine 100% successfully. Lin Yi sucked in a breath of cold air. If Han Jingjing's invention really succeeded, then it would cause a huge commotion in the cultivation world. Yes. Han Jingjing nodded. Jing's research has already made some progress. All that's left is the final implementation. That's quite an interesting invention. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. If Han Jingjing could really come up with it, then Lin Yi could totally find some followers with suitable constitutions to refine pills in batches. Then, he would become a great alchemist sect that was no weaker than the Sky Elixir sect. It's alright, but we'll have to wait for Jing Jing to finish her research first. Han Jingjing changed the topic. By the way, Lin Yi bro, what happened to your company? It's actually nothing much. It's just that House Lu's Lu Tianli used all the company's money to do some drug trafficking and got scammed. Oh, right, you probably don't know anyone from House Lu. Lin Yi said casually. I see. Then Lin Yi bro, how do you plan to punish House Lu? Han Jingjing seemed to be very interested as she continued to ask. Lin Yi was a little confused as to why Han Jingjing would be interested in these things, but he still said, seeing that House Lu has been loyal these days, I'll cancel their partnership with Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company and make Lu Tianli disappear. As for the others, I'll leave them be, I see. Han Jingjing nodded but suddenly asked, Lin Yi bro, then can you let House Lu go this time? Ah. Lin Yi was taken aback by Han Jingjing's sudden question. He was confused. Let House Lu go. Why? Because Jing Jing knows the Lius, and I need the Lius to help me buy some things for this pill I'm working on. So, Lin Yi bro, can you promise Jing Jing that you'll let the Lius go? Han Jingjing blinked her big watery eyes as she looked at Lin Yi longingly. Lin Yi frowned. Han Jingjing's reason was very far-fetched and ridiculous. She needed House Lu's help for her invention. However, Lin Yi still asked, no need for House Lu, I can help you buy what you need from other people. Lin Yi bro, just promise Jing Jing, I'm begging you. Han Jingjing insisted. If someone else was begging him, Lin Yi definitely wouldn't agree to such a ridiculous request. But to Han Jingjing, Lin Yi couldn't reject her. It wasn't just because she could concoct pills for him, but also because she almost lost her life to help him keep his secret. Alright, I won't cancel the collaboration between House Lu and Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. I heard that Lu Tianli has a genius daughter called Lu Jinghan. She should be able to take over her father's business. Lin Yi sighed and agreed to Han Jingjing's request. Although he didn't agree completely, it was still a huge concession from Lin Yi. Han Jingjing didn't seem very happy after hearing that. Instead, a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. She asked, then. What about Lu Tianli? Everyone has to be responsible for their own doings. If they did something wrong, then they did wrong. If they didn't do anything wrong, then what would other people think? Lin Yi paused. Jing Jing, why are you begging for House Lu? Chapter 29-27. Lin Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect Han Jingjing to be so persistent about this matter. He understood Han Jingjing's character. If she wasn't forced, it was impossible for her to bring up the matter of being persecuted by Little 11. At that time, Han Jingjing didn't even think of using this matter to exchange for any conditions with Lin Yi. What was the use of conditions when she was dead? At that time, Han Jingjing really wanted to die. But now, Han Jingjing brought up this matter again. Apart from being surprised, Lin Yi was even more puzzled. Because this was not in line with Han Jingjing's character. Suddenly, Lin Yi seemed to have thought of something and understood something. His eyes moved to Han Jingjing's face, but Lin Yi shook his head again, feeling that his guess was a little ridiculous. However, no matter how puzzled Lin Yi was, he still nodded and said, Okay, Jingjing, I promise you. However, don't say that you only need to ask me for one thing. You have done for me, no matter how many things you ask me for, it is reasonable. Thank you, big brother Lin Yi. Han Jingjing seemed to be very happy at this moment, as though she was relieved of a heavy burden. Jingjing knows that big brother Lin Yi treats Jingjing the best. Hee hee. Lin Yi smiled and wanted to ask Han Jingjing again, but judging from Han Jingjing's appearance, she probably wouldn't answer much. The previous reason was already very clumsy, but Han Jingjing didn't want to say more, so Lin Yi couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, Lin Yi didn't want to ask more about these things. Han Jingjing must have her reasons for protecting the Lu family. For a girl like Han Jingjing, Lin Yi would try his best to satisfy her. Big brother Lin Yi, then Jingjing will go into seclusion. If there is anything, you can let my brother, Little Chow, inform me. I may come out of seclusion from time to look for food, but if I don't come out, don't disturb me, said Han Jingjing. Okay, are you next door? Although Lin Yi felt a little strange, he still agreed. And, just next door. Han Jingjing nodded and said, if Big Brother Lin Yi has something urgent, just call me. All right. Lin Yi agreed. He felt that Han Jingjing was strange today, but Lin Yi couldn't tell what was strange. Then Jingjing will be leaving. After saying that, Han Jingjing prepared to leave. However, when she reached the door, she turned around and said, Big Brother Lin Yi, you haven't forgotten what you promised Jingjing, right? Oh. What's the matter? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, but then he reacted and said, you mean the Lu family? Don't worry, I'll call Lu Tianyi right now. Then Jingjing will be leaving. Han Jingjing smiled happily, turned around, and left Lin Yi's villa, walking towards her own villa. Lin Yi shook his head, but he still dialed Lu Tianyi's number immediately. Miracle Dr. Lin. Lu Tianyi picked up the phone in fear and trepidation. He didn't expect Lin Yi to call again so soon. Mr. Lu, about your brother, let's forget about it. Let him stay in the drug rehabilitation center for a while, said Lin Yi. Ah. Lu Tianyi was stunned. He didn't understand what Lin Yi meant. Was he being sarcastic, or was he testing him? However, Lu Tianyi didn't dare to neglect it. He still said seriously, Miracle Dr. Lin, don't worry. We will do what we say. I won't let you see Tianli again. Didn't you understand what I said? Lin Yi frowned and snorted coldly. I'll let him live. This was Han Jingjing's request, and Lin Yi did as she said. However, this wasn't because of House Lu, but because of the girl who was willing to die to keep his secret. So, Lin Yi was still angry at Tianli. Naturally, Lin Yi didn't have a good tone after hearing Lu Tianyi's question. Miracle Dr. Lin, you mean that Tianli doesn't have to die? Lu Tianyi was surprised and happy after hearing Lin Yi's words. Thank you for your concern, Miracle Dr. Lin. Also, your House Lu can continue to work with Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. But Tianli is obviously not suitable for this job. Don't you have a genius girl called Lu Jinghan? Ask her to give me a call when she's free. She'll be in charge of House Lu's business from now on. Lin Yi said. Ah, okay. Happiness came too quickly, and Lu Tianyi couldn't accept it at all. But the next moment, Lu Tianyi thought of something. Lin Yi let House Lu go and appointed Lu Jinghan as the successor of House Lu. Lu Tianyi could roughly guess what this meant. He quickly said, Don't worry, Miracle Dr. Lin, I'll report this to my father immediately and let Jingjing take over the family business. Lu Tianyi's meaning was clear. He was even prepared to give up his position as the head of the house and let Lu Jinghan take over the family business and business. Jingjing. Lin Yi was very sensitive to this name. He paused when Lu Tianyi mentioned it. Lu Jinghan, Jingjing is her nickname. Lu Tianyi explained. Oh. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Jingjing. Lu Jinghan. Could it be? But Lin Yi shook his head and denied his guess. This was a little too unreliable. Miracle Dr. Lin, do you know our Jingjing? Lu Tianyi asked tentatively. Of course I don't know your Jingjing. Mr. Lu, there's one last thing I hope you understand. I let House Lu go so easily, not because of House Lu, but because the mistakes you've made have reached a level where I have to punish you. However, a very important friend of mine pleaded on your behalf, so I'll let you go this time. I hope you know what you're doing and don't do anything that will disappoint me again. Lin Yi warned faintly at the end. Don't worry, Miracle Dr. Lin. No matter what, please be merciful. House Lu will do anything for Mr. Lin in the future. Lu Tianyi quickly promised, but he was suddenly confused. A very important friend of Lin Yi pleaded on behalf of House Lu. So it wasn't Lu Jinghan. Then who was it? Lin Yi hung up. Lu Tianyi was still immersed in excitement and confusion, but he couldn't figure it out. He could only report the matter to Elder Lu Zhenhu. Father, it's Tianyi. Miracle Dr. Lin called again. Lu Tianyi said excitedly after the call connected. Chapter 29-28. Miracle Dr. Lin said that he let Tianli go, and not only that, he let us continue to be in charge of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company's business, but he named our Jing Jing to be in charge of this. Lu Tianyi said. Let Jing Jing be in charge. Alright, I got it. Zhenhu nodded and didn't say anything else. Lu Tianyi, on the other hand, was taken aback. Since when did his father become so mysterious? Lin Yi's decision shocked everyone around Lin Yi, including Fatty Lai. Not only did he not punish House Lu, he even let House Lu continue to be in charge of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company's business. How much trust did he have in House Lu? However, this was Lin Yi's decision, and even if Fatty Lai had doubts, he didn't dare question it. And so, out of the 1.5 billion that was given to Fatty Lai, 100 million was transferred to House Lu's account, to help House Lu's company make a comeback. Although 100 million was a little too small compared to 1.5 billion, House Lu's morale was greatly boosted by the return of the genius girl, Lu Jinghan. Especially the old employees who had followed Lu Jinghan to build the company, they were willing to follow Lu Jinghan to build the company again, even if they didn't have any salary or bonuses. Back then, Lu Jinghan relied on her own strength to build the company, and they trusted Lu Jinghan very much, and it was the same now. These things were finally over, and Lin Yi could finally take a breather. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had finally returned to his school life, living the life of a first-line student in school, at the cafeteria, and at home. You're back. Wang Xinyan saw Lin Yi appear in the classroom, and she was a little surprised, but she kept a faint smile on her face. Yeah, I'm back. How's your body recently? Are you okay? Lin Yi asked. No, ever since I took that elixir, there haven't been any problems. Wang Xinyan shook her head. That's good. Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief, but he was still worried. Xinyan's condition was only temporary, and he didn't know how long it would last. The jade on her had lost its effect, and Lin Yi had to find a replacement before the effect wore off. Xinyan's body was a ticking time bomb that could take her life at any moment. Lin Yi sat in the familiar seat. He subconsciously turned around and found that Han Jingjing was no longer there. In the past, every day before class, Lin Yi would subconsciously look at what Han Jingjing was doing, but now... I wonder what exactly is the 100% success rate invention that Han Jingjing is researching in seclusion. Has Kong Xiaolong been bothering you lately? Lin Yi asked after sitting down. Not really, but he called me once to ask about my health. Xinyan said. Then what did you say? Lin Yi asked. I told him the truth. After you helped me get the elixir, there hasn't been anything wrong with my body. Xinyan said. That's all. Lin Yi found it strange that Zhao Long was talking about such pointless things. Also, he asked me where I'm staying these days. Xinyan blushed. Zhao Long's question was a little annoying, but she was still his fiancée. She couldn't do anything about it. Ha, I knew it. Xiaolong wouldn't be that bored. So this is what he's after. Lin Yi understood. Looks like he still hasn't given up. But thinking about it, with his current position, he wouldn't give up. He had a brother who was an elder of the Sky Elixir sect. That was a very prestigious position. Not to mention liking Xinyan, even if he didn't like her, he wouldn't easily give in to a random practitioner like Lin Yi. As they chatted, Boss Bai walked into the classroom. Seeing that Lin Yi had returned safely, he let out a sigh of relief. What he was most afraid of was that the Xianchen ancestor would do something to Lin Yi through the Sky Elixir sex trial, making Lin Yi unable to return. But now it seemed that the Xianchen ancestor still followed the rules. In fact, it wasn't that the Xianchen ancestor didn't want to, but that he didn't want Boss Bai to have a problem with him and affect the Wood Inheritor's plan. One had to know that the Wood Inheritor was the most difficult of all inheritors to inherit. The Xianchen ancestor had to be very careful. He wanted to kill Lin Yi, but he had to find a way to do it without anyone noticing. He couldn't even let Boss Bai suspect him. He had to make it look like something had gone wrong. The hidden Zhao family wanted to poison Lin Yi, which was a good opportunity for the Xianchen ancestor. If something happened to Lin Yi, he could completely blame it on the hidden Zhao family. Boss Bai wouldn't be able to contact him at all. Therefore, the Xianchen ancestor had been fighting all night in the Sutra Pavilion these days, looking for some ancient poison recipes. Lin Yi's ability couldn't be underestimated. If Lin Yi discovered the poison, it would lose its effect. However, hard work paid off. The Xianchen ancestor worked hard for 3 days and 3 nights, and he really found a suitable ancient poison recipe. Rather than saying it was a poison recipe, it was better to say that it was a different kind of prescription. This prescription, after taking it, wouldn't kill people, but it would seal the strength of cultivators below the heaven stage. In other words, the poisoned person couldn't circulate the mantra and couldn't mobilize the true qi in their body. At this time, they would be completely the same as ordinary people. The most important thing was that there was no antidote for this poison. Even the inventor who concocted this poison back then didn't have an antidote. Wahahaha. Seeing this poison recipe, the Xianchen ancestor laughed heartily. Lin Yi, you little bastard, I finally found a way to kill you. Boss Bai, you didn't even dream of it, right? You become a useless person, and your disciple will also become a useless person. I, Xianchen, am really an expert in creating useless people. Wahahaha. After getting the poison recipe, the Xianchen ancestor left the Sutra Pavilion immediately and called his proud disciple, Kong Mingming. Disciple Zhaoming pays respect to master. As soon as Kong Mingming entered the door, he bowed to the Xianchen ancestor. Master, why are you looking for me? I found that poison recipe. The Xianchen ancestor said and handed a copy of the poison recipe to Kong Mingming. Chapter 29-29. But I hope that Boss Bai hasn't seen this poison recipe before. Otherwise, he will definitely be suspicious, but it's not a big problem. This poison recipe is not unique to our 5-element sect, and the one who poisoned it is the hidden Zhao family. Boss Bai shouldn't be suspicious so easily, said Ancestor Xianchen. This poison recipe is too good. Any of the herbs in it are not poison, and they are not harmful to the human body. However, when mixed together, it will cause great harm to cultivators below the heaven stage. No matter how powerful and vigilant Lin Yi is, it's all in vain. He can't recognize this poison at all. After reading the poison recipe, Kong Mingming praised. You can give this poison recipe to the hidden Yu family, but don't mention my name, said Ancestor Xianchen lightly. Don't worry, Master. If Boss Bai really suspects it, just push the blame to me. Anyway, everyone knows the hatred between me and Lin Yi. Even if Boss Bai knows that I did it, he can't do anything to me, and he won't suspect much. After all, this kind of poison recipe is completely within the scope of my elder's responsibility. I can do it without anyone knowing, said Kong Ming Ming as he patted his chest. And you can go. Ancestor Xianchen nodded with satisfaction. Kong Ming Ming didn't delay. After leaving Ancestor Xuanchen's room, he directly called the Hidden Yu family. Elder Kong, is there any progress on the poison? Elder Yu saw that the call was from Kong Ming Ming, so he picked up the phone and asked respectfully. And, for this poison, I spent a lot of effort. You also know that my position in the Heavenly Elixir sect is very sensitive. I definitely can't tell this to the young sect master. Even if the young sect master knows, he won't agree with me doing this. Kong Ming Ming directly took all the responsibility on himself. Don't worry, Elder Kong. I know. Then, did you get the poison? Elder Yu asked carefully. I got it. This is a kind of ancient poison. The effect is like this. Kong Ming Ming explained the effect of the poison to Elder Yu. Wonderful. Old Master Yu listened to Kong Ming Ming's introduction of the poison prescription and was overjoyed. This is good stuff. If Lin Yi loses his strength, then anyone can kill Lin Yi. That's right, but you have to keep your mouth shut. Don't betray me. Kong Ming Ming said. Elder Kong, I know what I'm doing, Old Master Yu said quickly. N. Kong Ming Ming nodded and told Old Man Yu about the poison prescription. Old Master Yu quickly and carefully recorded the contents of the poison prescription. Then, he quickly dialed Old Master Zhao's phone number. After Boss Bai saw Lin Yi, he didn't show any special expression. He just nodded to him and began to lecture. Students, the final exam is coming soon. Although the final exam is set by our class, and there is only one subject, the difficulty is still very high. I don't want to see my students participate in the makeup exam. So, from now on, please listen to every word I say carefully. Boss Bai's words made all the students in the class pay attention. Only Lin Yi still had a very relaxed expression because Lin Yi could already be exempted from the exam. At this moment, he was listening to the class purely out of interest. However, after that, Lin Yi felt a little bored. Because from today on, Boss Bai's class was a detailed review of what he had learned in this semester. There were no more examples of drawing inferences about other cases. There were only some key points of knowledge. These things, Lin Yi had already mastered, so it was a little boring to listen to. Finally, the class was over. Lin Yi said something to Wang Xinyan and then said goodbye to Boss Bai. He was ready to go home to study the refining of the jade space. However, just as he left the school gate, Lin Yi received a call from a strange number from Yanjing. Hello, how are you? Lin Yi picked up the phone and vaguely guessed who the owner of the phone was. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yi? I'm Lu Jinghan. A pleasant female voice came from the other side of the phone. The voice was clean and comfortable, but Lin Yi was a little disappointed at this moment. This Lu Jinghan was probably not someone he was familiar with. Oh, it's Miss Lu. Do you know what I told your house, Lu? Lin Yi asked. Yes, Uncle has told Jinghan. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for sparing my father's life. Jinghan said. Jinghan will do her best to turn the situation around. Yes, I've heard about it. What kind of genius girl are you? I hope you won't let me down. Lin Yi didn't have a good or bad impression of Jinghan, so he spoke in a neutral tone. Jinghan will not betray Mr. Lin's trust. Jinghan was very calm, not too agitated. She looked like a calm and intelligent person. Oh right, there's something fishy about your father Lu Tianli. After you take over the company, when the company is on the right track, look into it. Although Lu Tianli is in the wrong, I won't let go of the person who lied to him. Lin Yi reminded Jinghan. Of course, Lin Yi didn't have much hope in this. After all, Lu Tianyi said that the company was registered in Bermuda. There were no clues at all. What Wolf's mother? It was definitely a fake name. Moreover, using a fake name like this was obviously a blatant mockery and disdain. This meant that the person was lying with an ulterior motive. People like this wouldn't leave any clues for others to find. The only useful thing was to wait for Lu Tianyi to wake up and ask him if there were any other clues. Jing Han knows. Even if Mr. Lin didn't say anything, Jing Han would still investigate this. Jing Han replied. I won't say anything else. You House Lu, take care. Lin Yi said faintly and hung up. Back at home, Lin Yi could finally calm down and study the refining of the jade space. Lin Yi had always been looking forward to refining the space in the jade pendant. The two prerequisites for refining the jade space had already been met by Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi didn't have many materials on hand, it was enough to complete the first step of refining. Lin Yi was now at the perfect second stage of the art of dragon mastery. He could form the fire of forging. Chapter 29:30. However, there were too few cultivators who had all three true attributes. This was also the reason why blacksmiths were extinct. No wonder one of the prerequisites for condensing the space in the jade pendant was the completion of the second stage of the art of dragon mastery. It turned out that one could only become a blacksmith after attaining the second stage of the art of dragon mastery. However, the concept of blacksmiths was not mentioned in the method of condensing the jade pendant. The next step was for Lin Yi to begin condensing the forging fire. The forging fire was not like alchemy fire, which could be condensed into alchemy fire of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes. There was only one type of forging fire, but it was not easy to successfully condense it. In the method of condensing the forging fire, there was a mantra for condensing the forging fire. Lin Yi followed the mantra and was ready to condense the forging fire for the first time. Originally, Lin Yi thought that he had met all the prerequisites and that condensing the forging fire would be a matter of minutes. However, when he actually condensed it, he realized that he had thought too simply. The forging fire was not so easy to condense. Although the forging fire did not have as many attributes as alchemy fire, Lin Yi discovered through the mantra that the forging fire was clearly a combination of the three attributes of metal, fire, and wood, forming a flame. That was why it was called the forging fire. The process of condensing the forging fire was actually very similar to alchemy fire, but it was a little difficult to combine the three attributes of flames. The process of condensing the forging fire was actually very simple and could be said to be extremely easy. This was because the mantra for condensing the forging fire was actually a branch of the art of dragon mastery. It was the process of transforming the all-purpose true qi in one's body into the forging fire of the metal attribute, the forging fire of the fire attribute, and the forging fire of the wood attribute. This process was much easier than condensing alchemy fire. The only difficulty was that to become a qualified blacksmith, one had to be able to condense the forging fire of the three attributes in one's hands at the same time. Furthermore, in order to forge weapons, one must be able to freely control the intensity and temperature of the fire of each element in the forging fire. This was because during the forging process, there were times when the forging fire was required to have more metal attribute. Sometimes, there were times when the forging fire was required to have more fire attribute or wood attribute. This was not constant but could be changed at any time according to the needs of the forging. Now, not to mention that Lin Yi could change the intensity and temperature of one attribute at will, it was a very difficult task to condense the forging fire of the three attributes at the same time. Lin Yi experimented for a long time, and only managed to condense a single elemental fire. It wasn't hard for him at all, he just needed to use the chant and he'd be able to complete the conversion, but it wasn't that easy to condense three elemental fires. After trying for a long time, Lin Yi was so tired that he was sweating profusely. In the end, he could only condense the forging fire of two attributes. As long as he added a third attribute, Lin Yi would feel a little powerless, or in other words, he could not do 3 things at the same time. One of the forging fire would definitely be extinguished. As for changing the fire's intensity and temperature, he could do it easily if it was just a single elemental, since he was just using the art of dragon mastery to change it. But if it was a combination of 2 elements, he wouldn't be able to do it. If Lin Yi tried to change the intensity and temperature of one attribute, the other attribute would definitely be extinguished because of Lin Yi's distraction, let alone 3 attributes. This situation made Lin Yi, who had been tossing and turning for a day, extremely distressed, but there was nothing he could do. He knew that Rome wasn't built in a day, and everything had to be done in an orderly fashion. But he'd been training his martial arts so fast that he had the confidence that he could do anything he wanted. Now that his confidence had been shattered, he felt a little depressed. However, fortunately, when Lin Yi thought about his rubbish attainments in alchemy, this little setback was nothing. Jiao Lao, being a blacksmith, is too difficult. Forging fire of 3 attributes, and you can also change the intensity and temperature of each attribute at will. This is a little crazy. Lin Yi was tired for a long time. Condensing the forging fire also consumed a lot of physical strength and qi. So after Lin Yi exhausted his physical strength and qi, he returned to the space of the jade pendant to prepare to replenish the loss in his body. When he saw Jiao Yazi, he could not help but complain. Difficult? You call this difficult? Do you really not know how difficult it is to be a blacksmith? Jiao Yazi sneered and looked at Lin Yi with disdain. He said sarcastically, such a small difficulty is already difficult. Real blacksmiths don't deserve to live. What do you mean? Lin Yi was a little depressed about Jiao Yazi's attitude. This old guy has always been like this. If I don't ask, he won't answer. If I ask, he will either have an incomplete memory, or he will ridicule me. Really amazing. I haven't recovered my memory yet. Jiao Yazi said. Can you not play with me? Lin Yi smiled bitterly. But don't you have the refining method of the essence necklace? There should be a blacksmith's mantra on it. Take a look and you will know. Jiao Yazi said. Although Lin Yi was angry at Jiao Yazi's attitude, he also knew that the current Jiao Yazi was just an illusion. It was completely unnecessary to argue with him, so Lin Yi could only give up. However, Lin Yi was still very curious about what Jiao Yazi said. So he opened the drawer and took out the refining method of the essence necklace that he got from the Tagonlong family scripture pavilion. He flipped through it. At the front, it was similar to the refining method of the jade pendant. There were some preparation materials and a description of the blacksmith's level. Wait, blacksmiths also have levels. Lin Yi looked at the description of the refining method of the essence necklace in shock. His eyes widened. There was no introduction in the refining method of the jade pendant. Either the art of dragon mastery differentiated blacksmiths differently from normal blacksmiths, or the refining of the space in the jade pendant could only be completed by the lowest level blacksmiths. Therefore, there was no explanation in the refining method of the jade pendant. After all, this refining method was only for cultivators of the art of dragon mastery, not blacksmiths. This was because blacksmiths could not possibly have the jade pendant that Lin Yi had. Chapter 29-31. As for the essence necklace, only a Huang-level blacksmith could condense and forge it. In the appendix behind the condensing method of the essence necklace, there was the mantra of a Huang-level blacksmith. Lin Yi looked at it curiously, but after a few glances, Lin Yi's expression became a little weird and helpless. At this moment, Lin Yi only wanted to say 4 words, it was really fucking difficult. This mantra of a blacksmith could be said to be extremely complicated. It was even more complicated than the most complicated mantra of alchemy that Lin Yi had seen. Not only was it extremely long, but the way it worked in the body was also incomparably strange. Not only that, there were also 3 different ways to control the fire's intensity and temperature of the 3 different attributes of the forging fire. Or rather, there were 6 different ways to control the fire's intensity and temperature. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched twice. He could imagine that a blacksmith was forging a weapon, and he was chanting all kinds of mantra incessantly like chanting an incantation. If there was a slight mistake, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Lin Yi had the art of dragon mastery at least. Although it was also multitasking, changing the fire intensity and temperature completely depended on Lin Yi's will. There was no need to circulate these complicated mantras at all. As long as Lin Yi's will changed, the forging fire would also change. In comparison, Lin Yi's art of dragon mastery was really easy. If blacksmiths knew that there was such an easy way, they would definitely be envious to death. Seeing this, Lin Yi was really very lucky. He didn't know how lucky he was. Zhao Lao, you're really right. Mine is considered easy. Lin Yi said with a bitter smile. This time, he didn't have any temper at all. Hee, is that so? Brat Lin, you're too impatient. You want to become a blacksmith in just a day and a half. You're looking down on the profession of blacksmith too much. Many famous blacksmiths in history only started to study and explore the art of blacksmithing after their lifespans were extended indefinitely. Zhao Yazi said. Alright, I was too impatient. Lin Yi nodded. In the past, cultivating martial skills had always been smooth sailing. This time, Lin Yi was a little surprised. But after thinking it through, he naturally calmed down and restored his physical strength and true qi, preparing to continue practicing the condensation of the forging fire. Yushu received a text when she was in class. Her face changed slightly, but she recovered quickly. All of this happened in a split second, and Meng Yao didn't notice anything amiss. Yao, I need to go to the washroom. Yushu looked at Meng Yao with a worried face. They're still in class. Are you sure you want to go now? Meng Yao was listening to the class and couldn't help but pause when she heard Yushu's words. Yeah, Shu can't hold it anymore, I'm about to pee my pants. Yushu said with a pale face. Alright, you go then. I won't be coming with you. Meng Yao stood up and asked Yushu to leave. Yushu stood up and quickly ran out of the class. The lecturer only glanced at her, but didn't ask anything. University classes were long, and each class was 2 hours long. It was normal for students to go to the washroom in the middle. If a girl was on her period, she would go to the washroom more often. The lecturer didn't bother to ask too much. However, when Yushu left the class, she didn't go to the washroom. Instead, she went to the balcony at the end of the corridor, took out her phone, and quickly dialed a number. The call connected quickly, and a voice that Yushu hated to the bone but didn't dare show came from the other side. It was the voice of the hidden house Yue. Yushu, you're really quick this time. Yue was a little surprised at Yushu's speed. What's the matter? Yushu asked, if you want me to deal with Lin Yi, then forget it. I can't kill him. Deal with Lin Yi, forget it for now. The head of the house has said that this is not something you can participate in. You don't have to worry about it anymore, Yue said. Yushu was surprised and happy after hearing this, and finally let out a sigh of relief. However, she also understood that this should be the result that Lin Yi fought for. Lin Yi was now strong enough to kill Sky Class Masters. It was a wise move for the Hidden House Yu to give up on dealing with Lin Yi. But on the surface, Yushu was very indifferent. Oh, I understand. Is there anything else? Yes. Yui sighed and said, it's the thing I told you a long time ago. Now it's on the agenda. You should be prepared. Is it to marry that young prodigy, and then accept the inheritance? Yushu's heart trembled as she asked. Yes, that marriage and inheritance plan is about to begin. Your mission is also the same. Yue said. Then. Will you follow the previous agreement and let my parents go and let me meet them? Yushu hesitated and asked. Of course it's not a problem to let them go, but to meet them, at least after you have successfully accepted the inheritance. Yui said, you haven't completed your mission until you have successfully accepted the inheritance. Okay. Yushu sighed and asked, when are you leaving? Wait for my notice. This time, I just want you to be mentally prepared. It will be a few months at least, a year or two at most. Yui said, don't tell anyone about this, including Lin Yi. I know. Yushu nodded and replied helplessly. Okay, I'm hanging up. Yui hung up as soon as he finished speaking. Yushu was left alone, standing on the balcony in a daze. After a while, she came back to her senses, put away her phone, and walked in the direction of the classroom. For the rest of the class, Yushu was a little absent-minded, and she was not as lively as before. Meng Yao was quite puzzled and couldn't help but ask after school, Shu, what's wrong? Is there something on your mind? What can I have on my mind, Yao Yao sis, why are you asking this? Yushu grinned. Naturally, she wouldn't admit it. Although the inheritance wasn't a secret, the hidden house didn't allow Yushu to say it. Using her parents as a threat, Yushu naturally didn't dare to say it. In fact, Yui was also afraid that Lin Yi would cause trouble. Now that Lin Yi was not the same as before, if Lin Yi strongly stopped Yushu from accepting the inheritance, then Lin Yi would definitely be attacked by the Five Elements sect, but the hidden house would also be implicated, and naturally, the loss would not be worth the gain.